Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. It's been a while since I used the PS4 for any audio stuff. There we go. Spoil myself the Chrono Cross. Don't worry, Bowie. How's it going, by the way? I'm not starting Chrono Cross just yet. I'm gonna be doing the Radical Dreamers section, which was, if you didn't know, this was on Super Nintendo, which is a side story in a physical edition from 8 players. So I don't want to see that either. No worry, it's all good. It's essentially a text adventure. So it's going to be a lot of reading. I think they only... Wait, how's my battery life? That's fine, I have a charger. So there's going to be a lot of reading. A lot of reading. I wanted to refresh myself on it. So far, I think it's only one scenario. I haven't gotten the other endings. I don't know if anything's changed from it. I don't think so. So yeah, this probably won't take too long, and then we'll just jump right into Chrono Cross. This is really... I'm looking forward to this. I know I played it one way, I think 2 years ago. And I'm not gonna say which path I took. So I don't want to avoid spoilers. But whatever I did the first time, I'm gonna do the opposite for this time. So it's gonna be a little different. So I don't want to, but for this, because I'm only gonna stream it once, and then maybe I'll stream it again if I do another playthrough. I don't know. We'll see. Because I'm already gonna be playing it multiple times. I got it on Switch, I got it on Steam, I got it on PS4. So yeah, I'll be streaming it once, and then on my off days I'll be playing it on my own. So it'll be good. I'll be playing it my way, and I'll be streaming it a totally different way. So yeah. Oh wow, it actually kept going. I forget that it does that. All right, but I'm gonna start right now. So got 2 water bottles because there's gonna be a lot of reading. So let's get to this, because you gotta read the first half of it too. 1996. I was only 4 at that time. It all began with a notebook my mother handed me. She told me she found it while cleaning out the closet. This old notebook, covered with mold, was a diary that belonged to my grandfather, who passed away years ago. It contained his distant memories. I wonder if you still remember how we first met and our many adventures. It all seemed like a dream. We ran like the wind during those warm summer days long ago. You were a piece of a star that fell from the sky. I can still relive the memories of those days long past. Just by closing my eyes like so, and whispering your name into the desolate night. Kid. 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 Hey, kid. Are you ready, kid? I know you're anxious, but stay on your toes. Yeah, likewise, mate. You mess up, and I'm leaving you behind. Got that, Surge? Come on, Magil. Let's go. That bastard Lynx is gonna get what he deserves. Say your prayers. Not that it'll do you any good. Once I get to the main game, I'll talk a little bit more about radical dreamers. Okay, yeah. Menu, we will be saving every now and then because you do start with a set amount of health. I don't remember the exact amount, but it is possible to die in this text adventure. We don't want to do that. So I'll save at every now and then when I feel like it's a good time to do it, or for choices if I remember there are some choices that are pretty funny. I went through it the other day, but I went through it pretty quickly, so I might have forgotten some of those. I don't think it's what do you call it? Time specific. You can go through some of these areas in it doesn't have to be a set time, but it's best to do it a certain way so you can kind of flow through it, but we'll see. Well, we'll see. The old lady's tip-off was right on the money. The counterspell on the barrier around the outer walls could have done a real number on us. Kid's plain, unadorned braid flicked back and forth across her shoulders as she walked. We picked our way through the elaborate lattice of the manor's magic shields, moving in closer and closer to Lord Lynx's stronghold. There were 3 of us. Kid, Magil, and me. I guess it must have been 3 years already since I first met Kid. Back then, I was just a wandering musician, traveling wherever my feet would take me, and wherever a few tunes would pay for a warm bed. It was in the Outlands, in a town called Regiora, where we first ran across one another. And since then, she dragged me along on a whole bunch of adventures. And misadventures, too. Kid. He was a thief. Not just any thief, just a few months shy of 17, and already renowned as one of the realm's greatest. What's more, he was achingly beautiful, stylish, a joy to be around, and a dab hand at campsite cooking, or so she'd like to claim. The truth was a little different. Those bandits with hearts of gold you've heard about in stories, the ones who steal from the rich to give to the poor, yeah, that wasn't Kid's style. He was short-tempered, prone to lying, bossy, obsessed with money. Rarely did she care to listen to a single word anyone said to her. But she wasn't all bad. Probably. Maybe. Sometimes. She had her moments anyway. Glanced over my shoulder to see a shadow hovering behind us, blending into the darkness like smoke. Magil. Also known as Magil the Shade. He was Kid's partner, but even after 3 years, I still knew hardly anything about him. All I knew was that he was around 30 years old, not much of a talker. He was one heck of a mage. I heard that he and Kid had started working together way before I met her. He always covered the top half of his face with a mask, and I never seen what he looked like underneath. He was a man so mysterious, it sometimes seemed like he was an interloper from another world. It wasn't like Kid was exactly big on details about her past. But Magil? Might as well not have had one. The Kid didn't seem to know much about her partner in crime either. What kind of man was he? What kind of life he'd lived before? Nothing. You might ask how exactly I wound up being part of this merry band. Well, complicated. I guess you could say that life doesn't always turn out the way you think it will. Kid, who was heading up our little raiding party, suddenly stopped dead. Look lively, boys. Got company. We glanced around warily as cold, cruel eyes emerged from the darkness. I heard a low growl. Dark shadows prowled through the night, surrounding us. A pack of wildcats. Must have been about 10 of them. A thrill of fear ran down my spine. Flustered, I pulled my knife from my belt. Kid calmly shifted into a fighting stance. Watch yourselves. I don't reckon these buggers have been treated for rabies. Wildcats snarled and growled as they slowly closed in on us, drawing the noose tighter and tighter. Their eyes glinted in the darkness like fireflies, and strings of eager spittle dripped wetly to the ground. Then, one of them sent an almighty roar soaring to the moon, and the hunt was on. What was I gonna do? I attacked. I stabbed at a nearby wildcat with my knife. Oh, yeah, I think these action parts are timed. So I'm probably just gonna react quickly. And by react quickly, I mean I already know what I'm gonna do. But some of them have random outcomes. I'm telling you right now. Anyways, I slashed at a nearby wildcat with my knife. The beast tried to leap clear, but I was already too close. I felt the blade make contact and was rewarded with a screech of pain. The wildcat jumped away, this time managing to put some space between us. It looked like I hadn't cut it very deeply. I stood my ground, changing my grip on the knife and waiting for another chance to attack. Surge, behind you. Panicked by Kid's warning, I whirled wildly around, came face to face with a pair of eyes blazing like hellfire. I attacked. Wildcat was coming right at me. By reflex, I ducked, its attack swiping through the air directly over my head. Felt its hot breath on my cheek as it flew by me. At the same time, I thrust my knife upward, plunging it into the beast's belly. The horrible cry of agony, the wildcat crashed face first into the ground. But I lost my balance in the chaos and fell down in a heap as well. I rolled over and was only just able to stagger back to my feet before readying myself for my next opponent. I was breathing heavily. The handle of my knife was slick with sweat, and I tightened my grip. With a kick like a bolt of lightning, Kid landed a clean hit on the flank of a nearby wildcat. Hey Zod, what's up? Just in the middle of an action scene. How you doing? It staggered before losing its footing, letting out a pathetic cry, but Kid had already moved in to finish it off. And then, the roar of fire, a burning smell filled my nostrils, and next to me, a shrill screech pierced the air. In and out watching, kiddo? No worries. I'm just reading right now, so it's basically a podcast for now. Magil's fire spell engulfed the head of a nearby wildcat. It fled, darting off into the darkness like an arrow. I scanned the area. Only moments ago, we had been surrounded. But now, there wasn't a single wildcat left. I guess you can say it's story time with Wind right now. Kid and Magil had either sent the rest off with their tails between their legs, or put paid to them once and for all. Ha! You're dreaming if you think a pack of flea-bitten moggies is gonna stop us, Lynx. Kid crossed her arms and flashed a triumphant grin. Meanwhile, I was panting heavily. I felt like my legs were about to give out from under me. I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed by what I'd just been through. Phew. I'd taken a few hits, but I was fine otherwise. A couple of scars to talk about later. Maybe. Nothing that would stop me carrying on. Are you hurt? Magil looked down at me, his face expressionless as ever. Don't worry, Madge. He'll be alright, said Kid, barging in to get a better look at me. Maybe a winging sook, but it'll take more than a few scratches to kill this one. It was nothing if not sympathetic. She was right. This was no time to be bemoaning my lot. We hadn't even reached the manor yet. I dabbed at my wounds with a tincture-soaked cloth and wrapped them with bandages, then looked up at the other two. We're just getting started. I grinned back, putting a brave face on things. That's what I like to hear, Kid cheerily announced from close quarters. Then her eyes turned cold, like the cool glow of the moon in the night sky. It's gonna be a long night. I nodded, trying my hardest not to utterly lose myself in her pale blue eyes. Alright, let's get the show back on the road. I turned away and marched off deeper into the trees, without looking behind to see if me and Magil were following her. Magil, of course, was already right behind her, his unhurried gait making it seem as though nothing much had happened at all. I jumped back up to my feet to chase after them. I'd be in for even more trouble than I'd bargained for if I got separated from them. I think the audios are levels are fine. Yeah, it should be good. I wasn't too sure about the battle part, but I think it's fine. The dark forest inside the manor's perimeter seemed to go on forever, a labyrinth of trees and boulders. The manor itself loomed in the distance, glowering over the vast grounds, and hidden within was a veritable mountain of treasure, just waiting for us. Lord Lynx was the noble who ruled the remote territory of Regiora. He was also Kid's mortal enemy. We were there that night to steal a certain jewel he kept locked away in his most closely guarded vault, the Frozen Flame. Frozen Flame was veiled in mystery. It was said to be imbued with an uncanny energy. Possessed of a beauty and clarity, made it a priceless treasure. Countless thieves had tried to steal it, and not one of them had come close to succeeding. Nor had any of them escaped the manor alive. Now, it was our turn to try and sneak into this place of death. Led by a girl who had the ambition to make the impossible possible, a hunger for vengeance that drove her onward, and a desire for riches that could never be satisfied. We passed on through the tree-filled darkness. The shadows gave way at last, revealing the true extent of the vast mansion. Finally, say your prayers, Lynx. We're coming for you. Keeping to the overgrowth and the shadows of the trees, we made our way around the manor walls in search of a means of entry. Eventually, we came to a terrace overlooking the garden. There was no sign of any guards nearby, Only thing surrounding the manor was an uncanny stillness. This will lead us straight into the west wing. Just as well. We don't have any business in the rest of the manor tonight, said Majel, gazing up at the dark building towering over us in the night. Alright then. What are we waiting for? With that, Kid made to vault over the railing of the terrace. Stop, Majel hissed sharply. Remember what we're here for. Our main target is the vault, frozen flame within it. We focus on this above all else. Your vengeance is of secondary concern. Agreed? Glancing over her shoulder, Kid replied with a reluctant, Yeah, don't get your knickers in a twist. But, happened to run into him. Gonna knock that Drongo's block off. Neither you or anybody else is gonna stop me. I guess Kid was gonna get her way, whether we liked it or not. Let's go, boys. Night is young. He cleared the railing with a sprightly hop and vanished inside the manor. I glanced towards Majel and nodded in silence. We followed Kid's lead, and were soon inside Lord Lynx's lair. The darkness swallowed us whole. I'm gonna save here real quick. This doesn't matter. I'm just saving right now. A corridor stretched off to the left and right from the terrace. It seemed equally dark and chilly in both directions. We'll go left. Excuse me. We passed on through the darkness, down corridors that turned and twisted, snake-like, this way and that. Everything around us was still and silent. It felt strangely like we were watched. This is why I wanted to save it. It's very quick, the auto stuff. So I'm gonna have to read through that ASAP. Or not. I mean, it's not like I'm just reading you guys this book or anything. The game's just auto scrolling. But yeah. I'm glad I saved it there. Ah, shit. Scrub. Thanks, Scrub, for the sub. A whole year, huh? Appreciate it. How's it going, Scrub? How you doing? All right. I'll just keep going. If it you guys can read that part mentally. All good, Scrub. Just getting through this text adventure before we start the main game. Ah, shit. Saved over. That's fine. Okay. Well, we're going left. Pass on through the darkness down corridors that turned and twisted snake-like this way and that. Everything around us was still and silent, and it felt strangely like we were being watched. It was as if countless eyes were staring silently from the shadows, looking on with curiosity and pity. We continued, creeping cautiously down the corridors. Kid moved proudly and stealthily like a cat stalking its prey, while in its shadows. Majel followed, guiding swiftly and silently like a sinister breeze. We pressed on into the embrace of the Weaver of Fate. Why is that auto scroll? Auto text. Happy weekend when thanks, Scrub. Happy weekend. It's a good 80 degrees right now. But it's gonna start cooling down tomorrow, thankfully. If it was a little hotter today, I probably wouldn't be streaming. But thankfully it's not. We took the corridor leading from the left-hand side of the terrace eventually arriving at an intersection with some stairs. The path to the right led down the stairs. The path to the left was a dark side passage. The main corridor continued straight onward. Went down the stairs. Slowly we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into blackness as we went. At the bottom, the path split. Way to the left continued onto an atrium that resembled a sort of plaza, while the path to the right was a winding passageway that trailed off into darkness. So we're gonna go right. We went down the stairs, then took the passage to our right. Eventually, came across an ornate door on the right-hand side. Something smelled fresh and pleasant. Flowers? Is it coming from inside? We go inside. We found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room. The knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. The stately desk and the cozy-looking bed nearby, meanwhile, suggested the room's occupant was no stranger to luxury. Though the room was richly furnished, somehow it still felt awfully lonely. Kid took a quick look around before commenting. It's Lynx's girls' room. A half-written letter on the desk and a teacup, still warm, suggested that the lady of the manor was still nearby. But it didn't seem that anyone was here now. We decided to search the room. Charming flowers, discarded cotton handkerchief, small bottle of perfume. Nothing that meant much to me, nor anything that seemed particularly valuable. I like that you can see them walking in the background. It's a really, really nice touch. Kid seemed to have the same impression, and scanned the room, clearly not expecting to find anything. The only item of note was a small antique box, or a crest resembling a viper. I decided where to look next. The chest of drawers. I slid open one of the finely veneered drawers. Frills, lace, and sequins greeted me in reds, pinks, yellows, and a host of other vivid colors. A bounty of beautiful silk garments overflowed from within. Dresses, eh? Give us a look. I'd been just about to close the drawer again when Kid came up and started peering over my shoulder. She reached out a hand to touch one of them, though I sensed a certain hesitation. Never worn anything this posh in my life. The gown she picked out was cut simply but beautifully, and was decorated with a pale floral pattern on a white background. She held it up to her chest and took a gentle twirl around the room. She was as light on her feet as a woodland nymph. Damn, Sir is very descriptive. The fabric fluttered like flower petals, and she held the hem just so. In that brief moment, you could almost have called her dainty. Stupid thing. Not exactly me, eh? I wouldn't say that. I think it really suits you. Oh, shut your garb, Ars Kisser. Her face turned an angry red. Come on. Oh, sorry, this is Magil. Come on, we ain't got all night. Spell well and truly broken, she stomped out of the room. I think that was Magil. I don't know, probably not. The passage outside the room continued to our left and right. The path to the right led deeper into the darkness of the manor. Meanwhile, going left would take us to the atrium and another branch. We'll go to the right. We went down the dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves at a sturdy-looking, immaculately polished door. Kid sniffed the air. Just as I thought. Something stinks here. I reckon we found the Beast Slayer lads. In the darkness, Kid's lips twisted into a grin that turned my blood cold. We went inside. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. It was Lynx's room, but he didn't seem to be around. Bugger's gone and scarpered. Scarpered? Scarpered? Because he heard I was coming. There was something deeply unpleasant about the room. There wasn't anything unusual about the furniture and fittings, not how they looked or how they were made. Taken as a whole, it all felt discordant. Was this a reflection of Lynx? A seemingly ordinary facade that hid a disturbing truth only some could see? Let's see what we can find. The desk drawers, the paintings on the wall, the vase on top of the side table. We left no stone unturned. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious. As I scanned the room, something unusual caught my eye. There was a pedestal in one corner with a significant looking scarlet cloth drawn over it. I slowly raised my hand toward it. "Be careful what you touch in here," warned Magil. Pulled my hand back timidly. But then, the cloth slipped back with a flutter without me having laid a finger on it. "Did that thing just move by itself?" exclaimed Kid, eyes wide open with surprise. Gripped by curiosity, we moved in to see what it had been hiding. It was a large antique mirror of an elaborately decorated style I'd seen before. It wasn't the kind of thing that would normally seem out of place in an old manor like this. And yet... Wait. Something ain't right, said Kid. Meanwhile, I was captivated by the gaze of the statue of Venus reflected in the mirror. And it moves. Suddenly, eyes of the statue shone with light. "What is your desire?" It spoke with a voice that was crystal clear, yet smoky and husky. "The mirror! Speaking!" I stammered. "Ah, a whispering mirror," muttered Magil, as if he'd seen them 1,000 times before. "What's one of those?" Kid gave Magil a quizzical glance. "Magical mirror in which a spirit dwells. Spirit can freely move between its own and other mirrors, and will share its wisdom with those who ask. Perhaps we should ask it something." I decided to ask it about something that had been on my mind for some time. I want to know about Kid's past. "Not if you want to leave this place alive, you bloody don't." Kid's face turned red with anger. "Your wish is my command," responded the mirror, ignoring Kid, who had grabbed me by the collar and was complaining. Big words too. Vociferously. That sounds right. The image in the mirror rippled, and the reflection of the statue shook. And then the mirror's surface grew dark. The blackness gave way to a scene in Regiora. Shadowy figures appeared one by one. There was a young woman surrounded by several children. They were all dirty, their clothes ragged and worn. They all laughed as they played together. And then the scene was drowned in flames, and a troop of armed men appeared. The men dragged the woman away, and the children vanished one by one into the inferno. The focus shifted to one of the children, a girl. She was standing with her back to the flames, her tears leaving tracks through the soot on her face as she howled at the night sky. The girl's right eye was narrow like a cat's. "Stop it!" Kid screamed. The image in the mirror grew faint. Kid stared at the ground, her hands balled into tight fists. The room was dominated by silence. Worried about her, I broke the silence. "Kid, I'm sorry, I'm leaving." She spun on her heel and made for the door. Wait, I cried, and sheepishly darted after her. The corridor stretched out beyond the door. We retraced our steps. Eventually, came across an ornate door on the left-hand side. It was Riddell's room, Lynx's daughter. Kept going. Continued down the corridor until we reached an intersection. There was a left turn in the corridor leading to some stairs going upward. The corridor also continues straight on through the entrance to a large, plaza-like atrium. We're going up the stairs. Passage to the stairway was short. With Kid leading the way, we started to climb the narrow staircase. Top, we found another intersection. Taking the corridor to the right would lead us to a dead end with a large door, while the way to the left led to the terrace. The narrow side passage in front of us was open. So now we got multiple paths. I'm going to save again real quick. So we shall be going to the side passage. We headed down the side passage. At the end of it, we came to an old, immaculately polished door. We went inside. Kid gently pushed the door ajar and peeked into the room. The next thing I knew, she'd slipped inside. Magil and I followed. Looks like a study. The room was lit by the moonlight coming through the long, slender windows, slanting down in pale beams through the darkness. It's pretty big for a study, with an immaculate antique desk dominating the center. There were rows of bookshelves lined with thick, dusty old tomes. The wall to the rear of the room was decorated with paintings and shelves of vases and painted plates stood before it. They all seemed to be curios from foreign lands. Checked the desk. I went over to the desk and started searching the drawers. There, I found a neatly arranged set of pens, ink bottles, and other writing materials. Nothing of interest, in other words. A small portion on the desk caught my eye. It was a picture of a young girl with a gentle smile on her lips. Who was she? That's the girl Lynx adopted. If you ask me, it wasn't because he was looking to help the needy, said Kid, peering over my shoulder. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. Huh, not even a looker. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It wasn't a loud knock, but in the bottomless silence of the night, it might as well have been a thunderclap. Kid and I stood bolt upright and turned toward it. Magil, meanwhile, hid in the shadows, drifting away like smoke. Panicked, I whispered to Kid, "Hide under the desk." Yes. You what? There was no time. I shoved Kid under the desk, then darted under it with her. Oof. It was more cramped than I thought it would be. I packed myself in as best as I could, but Kid and I found ourselves in an awkward tangle of legs and arms. Slowly, the door opened. Flickering candlelight spread from the doorway with a warm glow. A shadowy figure appeared at the threshold. I tried to pack myself into the space under the desk just a little tighter and stilled my breath. I looked down for a moment. My heart skipped a beat. Kid's lips were right there. For a moment, everything else seemed to drift away. The pink bow of her mouth was so soft, so perfectly formed. Suddenly, my heart was beating so loud, I thought my chest would burst. I tore my eyes away and squeezed them tightly shut. But it seemed that whoever it was didn't mean to come in. They simply stood there. Strange. Thought I heard something. But the lord of the manor is away, of course. Why would there be anyone in here? I have to get over my nerves. Everything was fine until we heard the news that Poor was on the move. The figure quietly closed the door, plunging the room back into darkness. The voice trailed off to a whisper. We remained motionless, keeping our ears pricked pricked for any sign of an unwelcome return. All we heard were footsteps moving away. As I stayed hidden, listening for trouble, a thought began to cross my mind. Kid. Sure does smell nice. Oi, Serge. You gonna move your ass or what? She whispered into my ear, her breath tickling as she spoke. Huh? Sorry. I rushed to my feet in a panic, smacking my head right into the top of the desk. Ow! Cradling my head in my hands, I crawled out from underneath. Ugh, that stings. Kid followed right after and stood up, looking down at me on the floor. Not your most heroic moment. You alright? Yeah, I'll live. I took a look around the room. No sign of that dirtbag Lynx. Lucky for him, he snorted. Tapor has made his move. Magil emerged from the shadows, contemplating the news we'd overheard. Kid, if the rumors are true, we might as well be about to find ourselves in a very difficult situation. This seemed to set her thinking too. Or was a powerful nation that ruled the southern continent. I'd heard it was a prosperous land whose recent and sudden development had pushed it far ahead of its neighbors. It made me wonder, what would its inhabitants want here, out in the sticks? They couldn't be after the frozen flame too, could they? As valuable as it might be, a jewel was just a jewel in the grand scheme of things. I couldn't imagine it being an item of national interest. I mean, ultimately, it was just a pretty rock, right? Huh. Let them do what they want. If everyone's busy playing soldiers, they won't be bothering us. Come on, we've got things to do. She headed for the door. We left the room. We left the room and made our way back down the side passage. So much reading. I wasn't kidding when I said that. We made our way back down the dark side passage leading from the study. Eventually we arrived back at the intersection. Some stairs led downward in the corridor branched left and right. Right branch leading back towards the terrace. We'll take the right path. Right branch. After a short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. We just keep going. A short way along the corridor, running from the right-hand side of the terrace, we found an ancient-looking door, again on our right. Kid pressed an ear against it, listening for any signs of life. Dead quiet. Don't reckon there's anybody in there. Go inside. In we go. Kid stilled her breath and reached for the handle. The door wasn't locked. It swung slowly open. What's this room supposed to be? This is a dump. Kid had poked her eye in through the door, taking a quick peek to see if there was anyone inside. Was disappointed by what she found. The room was large and littered with peculiar-looking machinery and knickknacks, all of which were covered in dust and had seemingly been dumped there haphazardly. Everything looked like it had been there rusting for a very long time. The ends of the room were completely dark. It was impossible to tell how big it was, or even what the walls and floors looked like. It seemed the manor's inhabitants had turned the old clock tower into a makeshift storage space some time ago. I stepped warily inside. Leave that alone. I looked over towards Magil and saw a kid trying to pull something from the shadows. It was a huge sword that appeared to be very old indeed. You don't need that old bludgeon. It'll only get in the way. And as much of an antique as it is, won't fetch much on the market in that condition. Yeah? Reckon it might, you know. There's plenty of collectors who just love old bits of junk. Well, some old bits of junk. Pouting, Kid left the sword where she stood. At least she put it back down gently. It was then that we heard a voice from the shadows. And what exactly are you doing here, hmm? I just about jumped out of my skin. Who's there? Kid and Magil turned to face the voice, ready for a fight. A wizened crone emerged from the shadows. He was hunched over, and wore a hood draped over her face. I could tell at a glance that she wasn't just old, she was positively ancient. Just some doddery old bag. What do you think you're doing sneaking up on us like that? Kid's shoulders relaxed as the tension left her body. Magil, however, continued to give the woman a piercing stare. Oh, what an impish little thing you are. Here to visit a friend, perhaps. Not in the dead of night, I suspect. The crone narrowed her eyes. Let's get a closer look at you. Ah, yes. You must be here to get your revenge on Lynx. How did she... My heart jumped. She seemed to know exactly who we were. We were in trouble. What if she sounded the alarm? We'd have to give up on the treasure and run for our lives. What were we going to do? Be honest. So what if we are? Kid narrowed her eyes right back at the crone. What's it to you if we're here to get our revenge on old Lynxy boy? You gonna do something about it? You never change, do you? The crone chuckled madly, her small frame shaking. Ah, the boldness of youth. Yes, that's the spirit. You what? Kid looked at the crone, completely confused. I was no less mystified. What the heck are you on about? Oh, it must have been 4 or 5 years ago. Yes, it was around then that an innocent young thief stole into the manor, looking to singe Lord Lynx's whiskers. She couldn't have been much older than 10, now that I think of it. Shocked, my gaze turned to Kid. A wet glint had appeared in Kid's eyes, but her glare was like ice. It certainly felt as if the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped below freezing. With a chuckle, the crone continued her story, pretending not to have noticed the change in mood. She was an orphan, you know. Came after Lynx to avenge a woman who'd love her like her own daughter. But all the vengefulness in the world couldn't change the fact that she was only a little girl. She was no match for Lynx's men, sadly, and they quickly captured her. Lynx is the kind of man one would fear to have for an ally, never mind a foe. Had it not been for the timely assistance of a friend of hers, the girl would have certainly been executed. The way the people of the manor told it, the very shadows pitied the girl and rushed in to spirit her away. I wonder how much of the tale could be true. I have nothing but sympathy for those who know failure, of course. Can't win all the time. And sometimes, against all odds, fate really can be foiled, and the clockwork of history sent into disarray. No, the ones I have no patience for are those who do not recognize their failure, or who fail and choose to give up as a result. The crone looked up from under her hood, stared Kid directly in the face, and grinned. Kid's anger faded, giving way to a dumbfounded expression. If you wish to steal the jewel from Lynx, if you truly wish to triumph, you will have to let go of a treasure of your own, Kid. For as long as you cling onto it, the hands of your clock will never move. They'll stay exactly where they came to rest all those years ago. Who are you? Oh, me? Why, I'm just an old bag, like you said. I do apologize. I must have taken up a lot of your time with all my babbling. I'll leave you in peace. Oh, but before I go, the crone turned to face me. You seem to be injured, young man. If you wish, I can take a look at your wounds. With all the attention suddenly turned toward me, I panicked a little. Yeah, sure, heal us. What? Alright then. Please do. The crone muttered a few words as her bony fingers drew sigils in the air. A pale, gentle light began to surround my body, filling me with a strange warmth. Strike a light. That's no ordinary spell. It was impressed. I felt my wounds healing, and heard a nostalgic melody that soothed the wounds in my heart. Before I realized it, the crone was gone. Hey lady? Kid strained her eyes, scanning the darkness. There was no one to be seen, and her calls went unanswered. What the bloody heck was that? Kid looked like she had just woken up on the floor of the Laughing Pig after a few too many. What did she mean about you having to let go of a treasure? Well, we won't find any answers here. Time to move on. Agile brought us back down to Earth, emotionless as always. It almost seemed as if he thought nothing had happened at all. Yeah, I guess you're right. Kid walked quickly to the door, keen to move on. Hold it, you. Just as I was about to follow Kid out the room, she jabbed me in the side with her elbow. You stingy little bugger, Serge. Why didn't you tell her to share some of that healing magic with the rest of us? Classic Kid. Alright, save real quick. 20 minutes of text. The door led back into the corridor, which stretched off to the left and right. Rightward lay the depths of the manor, while the way to our left led back to the terrace. We'll keep going further in. Continuing on down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy-looking door on our left. A little further on stood a stairway leading upwards. Well, this door's clearly meant to keep something safe. There ain't some kind of treasure behind it. My name ain't Kid. Yep, that's the smell of cold, hard cash, alright, she muttered to herself as she began to inspect the door more closely. Go inside. Ugh, what am I, stupid? Of course it's bloody locked. Kid had tried the door handle a few times before giving it a grumpy kick. Bloody door's got a magic barrier on it. A bloody barrier's got a barrier of its own to boot. It'll take more than me putting the boot in it to get through all that. I see. Then unless we find the key, we don't have a hope of getting inside. I reckon I can handle a key hunt, especially if it's that idiot Lynx who's hidden it. If we can find his room, I'll sniff it out in 2 seconds flat. You just watch. There's a little more we could do here, so we decided to look elsewhere. We continued on. The corridor ended at the foot of some stairs, so we're gonna have to go back to Lynx's room. With Kid in the lead, we headed upwards. It was dark and the stairwell was narrow. We watched our footing carefully as we climbed. The stone of the steps was worn smooth with age, and I lost count of how many there were as we spiraled onward and upward. An awful sense of foreboding haunted me. I had no idea why, but it felt as though we were marching to the gallows. When we arrived at the top of the stairs, we were greeted by an old, heavy door looming in the silence. All was deathly silent, and the still, clammy air added to the sense of ominous apprehension. Something's very wrong here, I muttered without thinking. I hear cursed whispers from beyond the door, Magil added, doing nothing to lift the mood. Ah, grow up, will ya? Kid shot back at us, derisively. Ooh, never heard that word before. She was already examining the door. Well, it ain't locked, and I don't hear anyone inside. We went inside. Alright. Here goes. Kid tried the handle. The door opened, and with a slow, heavy swing, revealed what lay beyond. It was a small, cylindrical room that appeared to be the inside of one of the stone towers. It was completely deserted, and there were no windows. What's this supposed to be? Something about this place gives me the creeps. Still standing in the doorway, the kid seemed suddenly taken aback. There might be something in here. Let's take a closer look. Closer look at a bloody empty room. Might as well, I guess. We did climb all them stairs. Kid stepped through the door, grumbling under her breath. I scanned the room and then noticed something on the floor. The flagstones were covered in dozens of narrow scratches, and in place, there were thick black stains. Something in the stains spoke of a horror that no amount of scrubbing would ever wash away. A malice and a sadness beyond imagining. There's something written here. Crouching in front of a wall, Magil was inspecting some brownish markings that looked like more of the same stains. Someone's carved letters into the wall and scrambled them using blood magic? Kid had gone over to take a look. Looks pretty old. Hard to read too. Some of it's been worn away. Let's see. I cannot hold out much longer. My only hope now is to leave the Acacian signet in this room. The Acacian signet? Suddenly, the door slammed shut. We jumped to our feet with a start. From above us, we heard an unsettling creaking sound. The walls and floors began to tremble. What the hell's going on? Kid's eyes darted around the room as she desperately tried to figure out what was happening. The creaking sound from above continued, and the ceiling moved ominously closer. Up there! It's a trap. We've walked right into a bloody trap. Kid bit her lip. Gotta do something and fast. We don't have time to sit and think about this. Let's break that door down. Yeah! Kid sprang at the door like an arrow, slamming into it shoulder first. But it was far too heavy, and her light frame bounced right off it. Damn it! Magil raced toward the door like the wind, smashing into it with ferocious force. It made a creaking sound and shook from the impact, but stood firm. Desperately, I hurled myself at it too. Ugh. The shock of the impact rushed through my body, but it was no good. Meanwhile, the rusty creaking from above continued, as did the ceiling's inexorable journey downward. To make matters worse, now countless blades were popping in and out. Surge! Magil! This is gonna take the three of us. Timing our blows, we all charged the door at once. Once, twice, a third time. And then the door was open, and we were collapsed in a heap in the corridor outside. What? Behind us, we heard the sound of the bladed ceiling grinding on the stone floor of the tower room. The metallic scraping noise it made was awful. We could only look on in silent horror at the fate we'd so narrowly evaded. Machinery continued for a short while, before slowly coming to a stop. It seemed the ceiling trap had finally finished its grisly work. Bugger me! Talk about a nasty surprise. It's some sort of execution chamber? Magil continued, seeming to be deep in thought. In any case, that writing mentioned Acacia. Yeah, what was all that about? I asked. The Acacia Dragoons, the elite knightly order serving General Viper, once governed the territory of Galesborg to the west. Formerly knightly order, I should say. They were wiped out more than a decade ago by the lord of this very manor, no less. Uh-huh. Thanks for the history legend. History lesson, Madge. Kid rose to her feet, patting off the dust. Too bad we're not here for fairy tale nights. Come on, we've got a lot more exploring left to do. Magil shrugged silently, and we headed back to the stairs. I think it's a good time to save. That was a close one. No, I didn't mean to. Oh, okay, cool. I thought it ended the game. With Kid in the lead, we headed downstairs. We went down the stairs and continued straight ahead, eventually coming across a sturdy-looking door on our right. The corridor continued further on back toward the terrace. We keep going. This door is locked. Kid stopped in her tracks, signaling to us with the hand behind her back. She drew her knife and stared into the darkness. We heard the clinking of metal from just up ahead. Goblin guards. It wasn't likely there'd be anyone else going for a nighttime stroll around the manor wearing armor. We're gonna fight it. It's a random encounter, we're gonna fight anyways. I picked up on the situation pretty quickly and drew my knife, preparing for a fight. It gave me a sideways glance. You know, you're starting to look like a real thief. Now you just need to walk the walk, she grinned. Alright, Serge, Magil, let's get him. Kid leapt forward, confident as ever. It was like she thought nothing could go wrong. Ah, shit. There were 5 of them in total. There weren't any ordinary goblins, though. Having been well looked after in this palatial manner, they'd grown to be even bigger than Magil. Each of them was carrying the manor's goblin's trademark, a morning star consisting of a rod and a heavy spiked iron ball in a chain. Wait, or is it a flail? I never could remember, and I didn't have time to think much more about it. Goblin came rushing at me, swinging its spiked ball and chain overhead. Jump back. The iron ball crashed into the stone tile I was standing on only moments before, crushing it. Had I tried to stop it with my knife, I would have been lucky to escape with a fractured skull. I'll stab him. Chest. I seized the opportunity and tried to thrust my knife into the goblin's chest, only to stab it squarely in the gut. I rushed to pull it out. Before I could, the creature had grabbed my arm in its meaty fist. I looked up to see it glaring at me with a mad grin on its face. Its fangs dripped with saliva. You're gonna punch him with the free hand. Crunch! That caught him by surprise. The goblin's grip loosened, just as I thought it would. Pulled my hand free and jumped back. Moved into the goblin's front and plunged my knife into its heart. My knife sank to the hilt in the creature's chest. I thought it was all over, but just then, something hit me hard in the stomach, sending me flying. The goblin leered at me as it drew up to its full height. My knife was still buried deep in its chest, and thick drops of blood fell to the floor. How could it have survived, much less still be standing? A sense of terror came over me, and then the goblin took a step forward. Suddenly, its giant frame wobbled. It fell to one knee, then sank to the floor. Exhausted, I panted for breath. Finally got a notch in your belt, eh? Taunted Kid, coming to my side. I wanted to say something. I was too exhausted. Phew. I'd taken a few knocks, but I was alright. A scrape or two wouldn't stop me. Not bad, Serge. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in you. There was a mischievous glint in Kid's eye as she rewarded me with a few rare words of praise. Thank God we only had to fight the one. I'm sure Kid and Magil took care of the other 4. We continued down the corridor, eventually coming across a door on our left. Corridor continued on back toward the terrace. This is the clockwork room, so we'll just keep going. After a short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. And then we keep going. Corridor. We took the corridor leading from the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually arriving at an intersection with some stairs. We're gonna go down the stairs because we got to go to Lynx's room. Slowly, we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into blackness as we went. Bottom of the path split. Way to the left continued onto an atrium that resembled a sort of plaza, while the right to the path was a winding passageway that trailed off into darkness. We're gonna go to the right. Was this part of the original game? This was on the Super Nintendo. Zod. The Radical Dreamers section. This was something completely different. Japan only. You could play this with there's a translation for this. You could play this on the Super Nintendo, but it's on this the Radical Dreamers edition, properly translated and everything. So this is a version of what happened with the Frozen Flame with this group called the Radical Dreamers, which are mentioned in the actual Chrono Cross game. You just never see them. So this is a story. This is supposed to be like a sort of sequel to Chrono Trigger in terms of like the plot, but then it you know, well, everything happens. It's super deep. Yeah, it's quite a rabbit hole you have to go down to, which I don't want to do that. Not now. Not yet. But I do like the text adventure stuff. It's really good. This is Riddell's room. We're gonna keep going. We went down the dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves at a sturdy-looking, immaculately polished door. Yeah, one question is 555 answers. Too many. It was Lynx's room. Kid's eyes lit up, gleaming in the darkness with savage anticipation. We go inside. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. Now we're here because we gotta look for a key. And Kid mentioned, oh, it's probably in his room. I knew he wouldn't be here. We started looking for any signs of the key to the vault. Maybe she can help, said Kid, thrusting her chin toward the mirror. I gently pulled a soft cloth from the mirror and stared into the glass. It was dark, like the surface of a lake at night. What is your desire? Okay. So clearly the right answer is this, but we could also ask about Kid's measurements. I want to know Kid's measurements, I blurted out. The wind was immediately knocked out of me by one of Kid's trademark kicks. Look, mirror is showing us something, muttered Magil thoughtfully, pointing at it. Kid, who was sitting on my back and bashing my head into the ground, stopped what she was doing and glanced at the mirror. I looked up as well. Watery ripples flowed from the center of the glass, and then a series of numbers began to float up from below. 5, 2, 7, 5? While I was reading the numbers, Kid mashed her hand into my face. Who told you to look, creep? I had no idea what the figures even meant. Well, even meant, though. Kid seemed confused as well. It was up to Magil to explain it, in his usual deadpan manner. Her height, shoe size, and ring size. Was that it? I felt so cheated. Wait, that's not what I meant. I started. But the mirror had fallen silent and didn't seem to be listening anymore. The spirit of the mirror appears to have moved on, muttered Magil. Really? Huh. What a waste, I grumbled. Kid glared at me, her arms folded. Well, now you know me measurements. You won't have any trouble finding me some nice new clothes, a pair of boots, and a pretty ring to say sorry when we're out of here, eh? You owe me, and you'd better not forget it. I'd really gone and dropped myself in it this time. Anyway, Mirror's not listening anymore. Reckon we're done here. Sighing, I left the room, already trying to work out how much of my cut I'd wasted before we'd even stolen anything. Corridor stretched out beyond the door. We retraced our steps. Eventually we came across Riddell's room. We turned back. Gonna see if we can ask another question. If not, I'll have to reload the save, which is fine. But we should be able to ask it another question. Okay, cool. Hey, Nina. I don't have to reload. How you doing? Wanna give a kiss to the stream? Give him a little smooch. There we go. Looking up. How you doing? You woke up from your nap? Okay. Now then. Where is the key to the where is the key to the vault? Do you know where the key to the vault is? The mirror's reflection rippled and changed to reveal a room with numerous bookshelves. A deep, sonorous voice spoke. You will find the key in the place I have revealed, the study. It is inside a book with a purple cover in the furthest bookshelf from the door. The image of the study vanished from the mirror, and the voice went silent. It appears the spirit has left for another mirror, commented Magil. To the study, then. As I made to leave the room, a low voice rumbled through the air, stopping me dead in my tracks. Beware. He knows. Was it the voice of the mirror again? What did it mean? Hurry up or we're leaving you behind, Serge, called Kid from outside. Flustered, I rushed after her. Alright, so we're off to the study. Okay, so Riddell's room. We continue on our way. Leading the group as usual, Kid suddenly stopped. What's that? She jabbed her finger at something in the darkness. Straining my eyes, I could see a pale white bundle of something shaking in the shadows. Huh, that's strange. I moved in front of Kid to try and get a better look. And then, suddenly, a strange presence started crawling across the floor toward us at an unbelievable speed. I didn't have the time to brace myself. The white figure reached my foot, then reared up to its full height. It was a skeleton. The skeleton and I stood face to face, its empty eye socket staring straight at me. Or seeing me to, at least. What was I gonna do? Tackle him. I charged in to tackle the skeleton, Yarr! There's a crunching sound and a clattering of bones as the skeleton was knocked back by the blow. Oops, no auto. Its body split clean in two at the waist. Better luck next time, muttered Kid dryly. As if in response, the skeleton's upper body picked itself up from the ground, turning its skull toward me. Balancing its body with its left hand, it then pulled the skull from its head with its right hand. What's it doing? Before I could get the words out, it had heaved its skull at me. What was I going to do? Catch it. Thwip. I caught it with both hands and slammed it into the floor. Touchdown, that shit. I slammed the skull into the ground. It smashed to pieces, a satisfying crunch. As soon as it had, the skeleton's torso collapsed into a lifeless heap. It won't be troubling us anymore. Time to move on. Whew. Taking a few knocks, but I was alright. Creeper 2 wouldn't stop me. Not bad, Surge. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in ya. There was a mischievous glint in Kid's eye as she rewarded me with a few rare words of praise. Alright, down the intersection, we are going up the stairs. Okay. With Kid leading the way, we started to climb the narrow staircase. At the top, we found another intersection. Taking the corridor to the right will lead us to a dead end with a large door. All the way to the left led to the terrace. A narrow side passage in front of us was open. And we're going to the study. We headed down the side passage. At the end of it, we came to an old, immaculately polished door. This was the study. And we went inside. I'm going to save here real quick because there are two very hilarious interactions with the books we get. But I don't remember if we take any damage from reading one of them. And I kind of want to not take damage. So. Alright. Right, let's find this key. Light on her feet as always, Kid moved into the center of the room. Where'd the mirror say it was again, Surge? He was asking me? How was I supposed to remember? Yeah, so it's the purple cover in the far bookcase, which is the right answer. But we gotta read the two blue cover books. For good reason. I'm pretty sure it was the book with the blue cover in the nearest bookcase. Let's see. Trusting my memory, Kid made for the nearest set of bookshelves. Alright, so we're looking for a blue book. Found it. Kid picked out a book from the top shelf. Magil and I watched as she flicked through the pages. Her right eye narrowed like a cat's as she read through the arcane script, which meant nothing to me. Let's see here. The day of my wedding to the king has finally come. My heart grieves, but I must go. If only I could have been yours forevermore. Tremendous tears welled up in the young elephant's eyes as she spoke. The love and tenderness that filled her heart made the pain of their parting all the more bitter. It felt as if it would tear in two. Kid's voice began to tremble and trailed off. She went quiet, and as I looked at her, I could see tears welling up in her eyes. She noticed me looking at her and slammed the book shut with a start and looked away. Wipe that smirk off your face, Surge. Where's the real book? The romance book. That's what the blue ones are. I think it was supposed to be one with the blue cover. The furthest bookcase. Alright, let's see. Seeming to take my word for it, Kid made for the case in question. Right, this is the one. Blue cover, blue cover. Ha! This has got to be it. Kid picked out a book from the lowest shelf. Magdalene and I watched as she flicked through the pages. Her right eye narrowed like a cat's as she read through the arcane script, which meant nothing to me. Let's see here. At his mere touch, her breath quickened. She gazed into his eyes as he grabbed her hand. Sparks flew wherever he touched her, and soon she was overwhelmed. Yes! Kid had a face like thunder, and her cheeks were becoming more and more red. Hey Serge, think fast. Her fists lashed out toward me like a whip. Crunch. My head was filled with exploding stars. Stop buggering about, Serge. Where's the damn book? I'm trying my best here. Feeling the pressure, I racked my brain to remember what the mirror had told us. Okay, I can't reload the save here, but I'll just keep it going. I don't think that did a lot of damage to me. I think it was supposed to be one with a purple cover in the furthest bookcase. Alright, let's see. Seeming to take my word for it, Kid made for the case in question. Right, this is the one. Purple cover, purple cover. Ah, it's gotta be it. He pulled out a book from the bottom shelf. Magdalene and I watched as she opened it. The pages were hollowed out, and hidden inside was an old key, decorated with strange symbols. Nailed it. Nice one, Serge. Kid snatched the key from inside of the book. Right. I'm gonna finally get a look at this treasure. Having got what we came for, we left the study. We took a beating, but it's fine. We'll know how much health we have after this encounter. Kid stopped in her, depending on how badly we get hurt in this one too. Kid stopped in her tracks, her senses clearly tingling. Magdalene and I were right behind her, and immediately realized that something was very wrong. We could hear a faint whispering, as if a spell were being cast. Faint light was emanating from a monster, sitting crouched on the flagstones ahead. A long, bony finger traced strange shapes on the tiles. A demon. Pulled out my knife and ready myself to confront it. I haven't fought one of these, so I'm just gonna go with... As I stood there unable to decide what to do, the demon's tail lashed out like a whip and struck my legs. It was only a light blow, but it stung just the same. Yeah, see, these are timed. The demons gave me a wicked taunting grin. I'm gonna stab it. I made a dash to one side of it, lifting my dagger as I went. It tore through the creature's paper-thin skin. But it was only a flesh wound. Oh. Alright. Bloody things laughing at us. And it was, too. Chuckling maniacally in a way that made me deeply uneasy. I raised my knife again and prepared myself for the worst. My eyes met the demons, and it was then that I saw it. There was a twinkle behind them. No, Nina. Come on. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Its chuckle grew to a belly laugh as it peered into the very depths of my soul. And then, just like that, it had muttered a few words and melted into the shadows. Where seconds before it had towered over us, now not a trace of it remained. What was all that about? Why would it just disappear mid-fight? Because it had someplace else to be. Kid gave a shrug, doing her best to at least feign indifference. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had filled me, and peered uneasily at the darkness into which the vile creature had disappeared. Wait a second. What's that? There was a leather bag on the ground, containing a sparkling gem. Now we're talking. Kid's face lit up with joy. Nice find, Serge. What a beaut. Kid snatched it away, leaving me to settle for the compliment. Phew. Taking a few knocks, but I was alright. A scrape or two wouldn't stop me. Okay, we're good. Not bad, Serge. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in ya. There was a mischievous glint in Kid's eye as she rewarded me with a few rare words of praise. We made our way back down this dark side passage leading from the study. Eventually we arrived back at the intersection. Stairs led downward and the corridor branched left and right. The right branch leading back toward the terrace. We're going to go to the terrace. After a short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. And we're going to keep going. Nina. Alright. Because you're going to keep doing this. Sorry, Nina. You grounded. It's gonna turn off the whole console. Suddenly, the darkness felt opaque. Something like a thick haze floated in the air in front of us. And then it took form, like someone blowing smoke into a person-shaped bottle. It was robed in a ragged shroud, and its sunken eyes glinted menacingly. It was a burning hatred that lingers even after death given form. A being driven by a hatred for all living things. A ghost. Bugger, that's us out. Kid bit her lip. There wasn't anything she or I could do to deal with an enemy that had no physical body. A voice boomed out behind me. Magil had begun casting a spell. I jumped behind Magil. Magil cast me a glance, continuing his incantation without missing a beat. Then, grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and threw me at the ghost. I emitted a strangled scream of horror that I'd probably never be able to repeat again, and tried to brace myself before I crashed face first into the wall. The impact I was expecting never came. The core of the ghost, where its face seemed to be, had more substance than the rest of it, and I didn't just slip through it like I thought I would. I oozed through it like I was stuck in some kind of goo. Ye gods, it was disgusting. More disgusting than anything I'd ever known, and it was impossibly cold. It felt like it was draining all the heat right out of my blood. Like it was draining my life force itself, in fact. I struggled to break free, but I could find no purchase in the gooey ectoplasm. The coldness became more and more intense, and soon I didn't even know what cold meant anymore. This could be it for me, I thought. I was consumed by despair. And then, there was a surge of heat through the muscles of my neck in the place where Magil had grabbed me just a moment before. At the same time, his incantation echoed in my mind, and my vision was filled with a clear blue light. Serge! Oi, Serge! Still with us, mate? Someone was slapping me around the face. Someone who seemed to be enjoying it immensely. Kid, stop it, damn you! I leapt to my feet, wide awake again in an instant. Madge, did you really have to use me like that? When dealing with foes who attack the mind, it's simplest to lure them in with bait, then use their intended prey's consciousness as a conduit in order to make an assault from the astral plane. Direct magical attack would have meant a lengthy battle, a far less elegant solution, he replied, without a trace of guilt. Alright, let's keep moving. Kid gave the order to continue, seemingly completely oblivious to my brush with death. I was starting to feel a little worse for wear. I was going to have to be more careful from now on, or this was going to end badly. Okay, yeah. I think fighting that demon and then getting punched by Kid. I'm not sure how much damage that did, but if I die, at least I do have that save point, which I will definitely use. Not bad, Surge. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in you. Mr. Glenn Kid's eyes, she rewarded me with a few rare words of praise. Won't matter if I'm dead, but thank you, Kid. A short way along the corridor running from the right-hand side of the terrace, we found an ancient-looking door again on our right. This is the way to the clock tower, and we moved on. We returned to creeping down the darkened hallways as silently as we could. Continuing on down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy-looking door on our left. A little further on stood a stairway leading upward. Well, this door is clearly meant to keep something safe. If there ain't some kind of treasure behind it, my name ain't Kid. Yep, that smell of cold, hard cash, alright, she muttered to herself as she began to inspect the door more closely. I will save in a different spot. So if we do bad, I'll just go here. If we do good, we'll keep going from this point. Let's go inside. This should do it. Kid slipped the key we found into the lock. Lines of magical light flashed across the surface of the door and vanished as various magical barriers were dispelled. Up, down, left, right, blue, red, green, every color under the sun. And then all was quiet. The darkness of the manor returned. Right. We're in. Hackerman, I'm in. With a creak, the heavy door gently swung open. As soon as I saw what was inside, I gave a gasp. Kid stepped inside. Whoa, we hit the mother lode. Out of the darkness loomed a veritable mountain of gold, silver, priceless works of art, and exquisite trinkets. Kid looked as if she were on the verge of drooling at the sight of it all. But what thief wouldn't have been? After all, this was the kind of hoard that few people would ever come across in their lifetime. The smallest fraction of this vast amount of riches would have seen even the most careless spendthrift set for life. Our goal is the Our goal is the frozen flame. Ignore the rest. Magil spoke with an icy dedication to our mission. He had not even batted an eyelid at the sight that greeted us. Yeah, I know. She was disappointed, of course, but she soon set about scanning the room for the object of our hunt. Wait, is that it? Look, on the pedestal over there. I turned to see what Kid was pointing at. There it was, a small yet perfectly formed jewel that gave off a pale red light. A jewel that looked like a flickering fire suspended in time. The frozen flame. Silently, Magil walked toward the pedestal. I called out. Yeah, it might be a trap. You're right. This is Lynx we're dealing with, after all. It may very well be trapped. We should be on our guard. We need to be quick about this, but fine. Have it your way, grumbled Kid, looking away. Magil examined the pedestal for a short while, then paused. We were wise to be cautious. Placing his left hand on the base of the pedestal, he muttered an incantation, drawing quick sigils in the air with his right hand. Some glyphs appeared on its smooth surface, and for a moment blazed brightly. There. Now we can proceed. Magil calmly reached out and grabbed hold of the red jewel. Dun da da da! Surge and friends obtained the frozen flame. Phew. We managed to get what we came for without anything horrible happening to us. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned again to Magil, who was staring silently at the jewel in his hands. Magil, you did it. Let's get out of. Before I could finish, frozen flame crumbled to dust. This flame was a fake. Lynx must be keeping the real one somewhere safe. What? Suddenly, a siren rang out. The room was flooded with light, and metal bars slammed down in front of the door. I turned with a gasp to see Kid frozen, an ornate crown in her hands, and a wide-eyed look of awkward shock on her face. Dun da da da! Kid and friends obtained a golden crown too. You're kidding me, right? You had to go and you complete bonehead. I let rip with a stream of choice insults. In my head, that is. Metallic parrots in the four corners of the room suddenly came to life, flapping their wings and screeching. Thieves! Thieves! We're in trouble. These things are going nowhere, said Magil, inspecting the bars covering the door. Although to look at him, you wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong. Which way? Which way? The parrots! The parrots! To the vault! The vault! We heard voices in the distance. The manor guards were coming. Kid dived behind a pile of gold coins. Find somewhere to hide. In a panic, I looked around the room. Oh my god. I need to... Before we keep going. There was a large chest sitting wide open next to a pillar. I rushed to empty it out, then plunged in head first and closed the lid. Captain, Captain. There's no sign of anyone in there. No sign. Strange. Peculiar. No one has ever escaped before. None have ever fled the mousetrap's clutches. None. I gently pushed up the lid of the chest and peeked through the gap. There were 5 goblins wearing suits of armor, unlocking the gate and about to make their way inside. One of the goblins looked around the room, jerking his neck as he peered into the shadows. Captain, what if it actually was a mouse this time? Chef was grumbling about mouses the other day, Captain. A mouse? A rodent? A rat? Would a teeny tiny thing like that really have sprung the trap? Replied a stocky, plump-looking goblin. It must have been the captain. He didn't seem convinced. That was when I heard a strange but oddly familiar sound from a corner of the room. Squeak! Squeak! It was coming from where Kid was hiding. Startled, a troop of goblins stopped and looked at each other. For a moment, none of them spoke. None of them spoke. Eventually, the goblin captain rubbed his chin through his jowls and offered his thoughts. Mouses? Sure, Chef was complaining about cats. Meow. Meow. That voice again. Again, silence. The goblins only looked at each other. Funny you should say that, Captain. The way I heard it, it weren't mouses or cats. It was a hecarim. An awkward silence followed. In my mind's eye, I could see Kid racking her brain to work out what a hecarim was. I smell a rat, by which I mean a thief. Following the captain's leads, the guards reached for their weapons. And then... Heck. Heck, heck, heck. Heck, heck, heck. Heck, heck, heck. Ran. Hecaran. Listen, it really is a hecarim. By heck. That proves it. The goblin guards grinned and nodded to each other. Cheeky little devil. Surprised me there. Let's get out of here, boys. The goblins filed out of the vault. I breathed a sigh of relief. And then they came back, charging back in, again with a mighty roar. There's no such thing as Heckrans. What? You sneaky little buggers, roared Kid, leaping out from behind the pile of gold coins. You're one to talk, thief. Brandishing their weapons menacingly, the goblins moved slowly forward, forcing Kid into a corner. I quietly eased open the lid of the coffer and slipped out. Can't leave you anywhere, can I? I muttered to myself. I knew Kid could handle herself, but I didn't fancy her odds against a whole troop of heavily armed goblins. For a moment, I wasn't sure what to do, but then I made up my mind. We gotta save Kid. Right, I had to save Kid. There was no way I was going to abandon a friend in need. Even if it meant facing off against a group of 5 goblin guards, I'd find a way to come out on top. I hoped. I drew the knife from my belt and left it to the middle of the room. Hey, snot for brains, over here. The goblins all turned to look at me at the same time. 10 beady, cruel little eyes all staring daggers at me. Fool, in a hurry to die, are we? I gulped. I wondered if making a run for it might have been a better plan of action after all. Ah, humans are so stupid. The goblin captain chuckled and licked his teeth. Yep, this one's got a death wish alright. Why else would he be so stupid as to come after Lord Lynx's treasure? Huh, that's a first, being called dumb by a bloody goblin. Try acting tough when you're crying to your mum later on. Judging by Kid's response, she wasn't feeling massively threatened. And you tell her it was Kid who kicked your teeth in. So you're a kid, are you? Sneaky little slippery little thief we've heard so much about. The goblin narrowed his eyes. Lord Lynx will be thanking me from now until my retirement when I bring him your head on a silver platter. The goblin captain pulled his morning star from his waist and started swinging. You don't know who you're messing with. We ain't no ordinary goblins, sweetheart. We're Lord Lynx's elite guard. The goblins that gobble other goblins. That's right, the Gob Squad. Ah, quit shooting your mouth off and let me stick a boot in it. And with that, Kid launched into a lightning-fast spinning kick. Her boot connected with the side of a goblin's head. It cracked, sending the creature tumbling to the ground. Get him, lads! The boy looks scrawny. Start with him. The goblin captain spun the heavy metal ball of his morning star in the air. Glorious Gobstrike! Aye aye! The goblins charged across the room in response to their captain's command. Gobstrike incoming. Goblin rushed towards me, swinging its weapon overhead. We dodge. I swiftly dodged the attack. The morning star brushed past my cheek. I don't know how, but I managed to escape unscathed. I lost my balance though, and fell clumsily to the floor. Madrigal conjured up a black wind, which surged forth like a shearing tempest. How does a human know a spell like that? Who are you? The goblin was quickly silenced as the rushing winds tore through it, and it collapsed to the floor with a final shriek. Madrigal looked down at his victim, his expression unchanged. Another goblin flew down from overhead. Bombs away! The growl had sent its morning stars swinging from above. Roll. I roll across the floor, dodging the attack. The morning star crashed into the flagstones, sending sparks flying. That was a close shave. I made good my escape by rolling further, clumsily putting some distance between myself and my attacker. Gobstrike incoming. We'll parry it this time. I just about managed to push my enemy's attack aside and try to strike back with my knife, landing a heavy blow right in the goblin's unguarded flank. The goblin's face crumpled in agony. Kid lashed out with a lightning-fast kick. There's more where that came from. Please, have mercy. The stricken goblin had collapsed to the floor, its eyes wide with fear. This isn't a game, Surge. Watch yourself, will ya? Another goblin flew down from overhead. Bombs away. The growl, its morning star swinging from above. We'll do this. I was better off attacking than trying for a clumsy dodge. I tackled the goblin head on. Literally, I smashed my skull into the goblin's grim visage as hard as I could. A shock ran through my neck and shoulders like I'd been brained with a hammer. But it was worth it. Teeth and spittle flew left and right as the great ugly brute rolled, stunned across the floor. A blazing pain seared through my mind and I fell to my knees. Gob strike incoming. We'll dodge it. I swiftly dodged the attack. Well, I tried to at least. The morning star slammed into my shoulder with a sickening impact. I writhed in agony, at the same time trying not to lose sight of where the next blow might be coming from. That's the spirit, scrawn bag. I ain't done with you yet. Magil conjured up a black wind, which surged forth like a shearing tempest. How does a human know a spell like that? Who are you? The goblin was quickly silenced as the rushing winds tore through it, and it collapsed to the floor with a final shriek. Magil looked down at his victims, his expression unchanged. Long live Lord Lynx, glory to the Gob Squad. With these final words, the goblin collapsed. That was the last of them. We made it. Huh. Piece of cake, said Kid, putting a brave face on things as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm. Then she stopped and looked at me. Surge, what were you thinking, you great drongo? Getting the goblins to come after you like that. You really didn't have to, you know. Kid gazed softly at me, blue eyes like the cool glow of the moon. She seemed to be trembling slightly. Yes, the Lord Lynx, the very same. Yes, we slayed goblins. She looked down into the ground, hiding her face. Thanks. I'll never forget what happened tonight. Even if we go our separate ways, even if we never meet again. Never. And then Magil stepped in. Save the chatter for later. We can't waste any more time here. The frozen flame must be somewhere else in the manor. Alright, mate. Thanks for saying the obvious. It's not my bloody fault that Lynx has to make things so bloody difficult for everyone. Kid spun on her heel and made a sulky about face for the door. Suddenly, her attention returned to the pile of defeated goblins. This bunch of drongos said that they're Lynx's elite guard, right? But they got some nice loot on them. With that, she started unceremoniously rummaging through the fallen captain's pockets. It was like a hyena sniffing for scraps. Hello, hello. What's this? She'd found an odd metal plate. It resembled an open hand and was covered in runes. I reckon this might open some other magic door somewhere. Well, never know when it might come in handy either. Either way, finders keepers. The plate vanished into the kid's pocket. Looks like there's nothing else worth taking, unless you count pocket lint and bits of string. She rose to her feet and looked around the room. You know, it's a real shame to leave the rest of all this loot just sitting here unloved. Suppose we can come back for it whenever. Kid turned to faces and flashed a grin. Alright lads, get a move on. It ain't gonna be dark forever. That hand-shaped plate is our only clue for now, muttered Magil, seemingly to himself. And with that, we left the vault in search of the real frozen flame. Alright, I'm gonna save. We're still living. It didn't seem that bad, so we'll keep going from this file. Okay, So now we gotta go toward the terrace. Oh no. As we made our way through the silence of the corridor, something cold landed on me from above. I put my hand up to my hair and felt a quease-inducing sliminess. Ugh, slugs. I lifted my head towards where it had come from, and a mass of the disgusting creatures hit me full in the face. Ugh. As fast as I could brush them off, more of them landed on me and around me. It was literally raining slugs. Before I knew it, they began to pile up wetly around my feet. They crawled all over me, and I flailed and flapped as I tried to shake them loose. Quickly, back the way we came. But as we turned, we saw that the entire corridor was a writhing mess of the creatures. Like the floor is made of them, a shiver of revulsion ran down my spine. I ain't trampling over that little carpet of gross. Kit shook her head violently, clearly far from amused. The more we stood there wondering what to do, the more they kept piling up. Just gonna have to charge through them. I threw caution to the wind and myself down the teeming corridor. Like that, is it? Well, I ain't staying here on my own. It was clearly at a loss as to what else to do, and she soon barreled after me. Slugs rained down around our ears as we ran, and oh how we ran. We hammered along as if our lives depended on it. And as we went, the oozing juices of the slugs we trampled sprayed and splattered all over us. Our feet were soon soaked with the stuff. Whoa. My foot slipped and Kit smashed into me from behind. The two of us went flying and landed on the floor in a heap. Damn your clumsy arse, Surge. She grimaced at me through a mask of slug ooze. I tried to stand, but they just kept on falling. The slug storm had developed into a deluge. We were on the verge of giving up. It was almost more than either of us could take. They were up to our knees now, and we were wading through them, desperately trying to make some headway. We didn't dare talk for fear of them falling into our mouths. And, as if we didn't have enough problems already, a single solid mass of slug matter suddenly reared up ahead of us. Wait, it's people-shaped. Sure enough, a humanoid form had emerged, clutching what looked like an enormous scythe. A scythe which suddenly came hurling towards me. Stab it. The monster had swung the blade down with enormous force. But there was no time to be scared, or even to think. I threw up my knife to protect myself. I was alright, and had only grazed my clothes. But I still had to be on my guard. A demon, a bloody demon spat, Kid. So all the creepy stuff was an illusion. Slugs disappeared like smoke. But the demon was still there, ready to scythe again, and began inching towards us. What was I gonna do? Gab it. I made a dash to one side of it, lifting my dagger as I went. It tore through the creature's paper-thin skin. But it was only a flesh wound. Bloody things laughing at us. And it was too, chuckling maniacally in a way that made me deeply uneasy. I raised my knife again and prepared for the worst. My eyes met the demons, and it was then that I saw it. There was a twinkle behind them. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Its chuckle grew to a belly laugh as it peered into the very depths of my soul. And then, just like that, it muttered a few words and melted into the shadows. For seconds before it towered over us, now not a trace of it remained. What was that about? Why would it just disappear mid-flight? Guess it had someplace else to be. It gave a shrug, doing her best to at least feign indifference. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had filled me, and peered uneasily at the darkness into which the vile creature had disappeared. That's twice we tried to attack, and it ran away. I was starting to feel a little worse for wear. I was going to have to be more careful from now on, or this was going to end badly. We're still good though. Maybe we ain't such a drongo after all. Goes to show any old weirdo can make it something of themselves if they put their mind to it. His eyes glinted with mischief. Alright, continue down the corridor, back to the terrace. This was the clock tower, so we'll keep going. There's a terrace, we'll keep going to the corridor. And then we have the intersection. We're gonna go... you know what, let's check the corridor right in front of us. Continue onward past where those stairs and the side passage emerge into the main corridor. Found ourselves in front of some ornate double doors. One inside. Kid gently pushed the heavy doors open and peeked inside. Doesn't look like anyone's in there. It seemed to be the main hall of the manor. There was a massive table, beautiful decorations on the walls, and thick columns decorated with sculptures of birds and beasts. Next to the wall in the back toward a tremendous pipe organ, like a burnished black mountain. Dozens of candles provided a dim, flickering light, sending the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. Several enormous portraits glowered down from high on the wall. These members of Lynx's family. I was busy staring at a painting depicting a young husband and wife, when I realized that their eyes had turned to look right at me. Okay, they hadn't. Don't worry, this isn't about to turn into some dumb ghost story. It just looked that way because of the way the flickering light of the candle reflected against the glossy oil paints. Obviously. Probably. Place gives me the creeps. Get a load of all these ugly mugs. There's nothing for us here. Let's look somewhere else. Neither Magil nor I had any objections. We left the hall and returned to the corridor. Alright, so now we're going to go downstairs. Ooh, yeah, there's a lot of going back and forth and back and forth. And back and forth and back and forth. So we are going to go to the atrium on the left. Should be good. I hope I have enough health for that. Kid poked her head through the arch-shaped door and took a look around. Huh. Big in here. Must be some kind of hall. Took a cautious look around, then entered, one after another. The atrium was like a beautiful plaza, complete with a statue that doubled as a fountain. Pillars and arches lined the walls, and in the center was a small pool of clear water, above which the statue stood. On the other side of the room, I could see another arched entrance like the one we had come through. Ooh, that's cold. Kid was scooping up water from the fountain. I went over to her and, resting my hand on the edge of the marble basin, peered into the pool beneath. Shadows flickered under the water's surface. You reckon those fish are rare? As in, valuable? Kid leaned right over the edge. I couldn't see the bottom. I wondered how deep it was. The shadow of one of the fish grew larger and larger. Whoa. Sensing danger, Kid leapt back from the edge. Black. A fish leaped out from the water and snapped at her, its jaws bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth closed shut on the air which she had been only moments before. And with a splash, the fish darted back under the water. Pteranodons. Deadly carnivorous fish with razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws that could snap a monstrous horn in half. Staring in horror, I watched as dark shadows began to gather in what little of the pool I could make out. The pteranodons must have detected prey. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of splashing and snapping as the fish teemed at the water's surface. Bloody hell. Even Kid was uneasy. Took another step back. How many pteranodons were in the pool? Thought of what would happen if they all leapt clear of the water and attacked at once crossed my mind. A bead of cold sweat rolled down my forehead. Suddenly, the water coming from the statue turned crimson and shot out in a powerful jet that nearly touched the ceiling. Kid jumped back again. I just stood in shock watching the torrent of water erupting from the statue. The scarlet water continued to gush out from the fountain. The pool grew redder and redder and started to overflow. We looked on in trance, but the spell was soon broken when we realized the water was starting to flow faster and faster over the rim of the basin. The pteranodons began to jump and snap at the water's surface with bloodthirsty glee. I was brought to my senses by the dull slapping sound of pteranodons hitting the floor. We rushed back the way we came. Kid, let's get out of here. In a panic, we splashed through the water back to the corridor we came from. The fangs of the pteranodon snapped at my legs, and I felt a searing pain, but I had to endure it if I had any hope of reaching the entrance. Breathing heavily, I finally found myself back in the corridor outside. Yeah, we're closer to the entrance. Let's just get out of there. Whew. That was a close call. So, that whole thing was a trap, eh? Talk about twisted. Lynx is even more of a sick bastard than I thought. I was about to say he wouldn't have to be if he didn't have to guard against people like her breaking into his home, but I thought better of it. Well, at any rate, I think we can consider that a dead end. Let's go back. Defeated, we left the atrium. Something caused Kid to stop in her tracks. Hello, hello. What do we have here? She pointed to the side of the entranceway to the hall. I found myself face to face with a sculpture of an old man's face, with a truly phenomenal beard. The sculpture's eyes seemed to gleam with life. For a piece of marble, it seemed almost too realistic. The mouth of truth, announced Magil. An enchanted statue that can tell when you're lying. If it catches you out, it'll bite your hand off. Magil kept the explanation simple so that Kid wouldn't drift off before he got to the important part. Huh. So what's it doing here then? I suspect it's part of a greater mechanism. Stick your hand in its gob, do ya? Righto. Let's see what happens, shall we? With a mischievous glint in her eye, Kid darted over and stuck her hand in its mouth without a moment's hesitation. She stood there for a moment waiting, but it didn't take long for her to get bored. Huh. Nothing. Suddenly, I had an idea. Hey kid, who's the greatest thief who ever lived? Huh. Me, of course, you drong. Kid answered without a moment's hesitation, and then suddenly, her face twisted with pain. The teeth of the marble sculpture had clamped down in her hand. It bit me, she cried. Knock it off. Everyone knows it's a true. Ow! The sculpture bit her again as soon as she spoke. Ugh, you little. A cold sweat formed on Kid's forehead. The sculpture was tightening its grip. Won't let go until you say something true. Despite the obvious urgency of the situation, Magil was matter of fact as ever. Say anything, kid. Anything. As long as it's the truth. Obviously, Kid wasn't listening. Instead, she just kicked awkwardly at the statue. Oi, Beardy! Let go of me bloody hand. She planted her feet either side of its mouth and tried her hardest to pull herself out. She heaved, kicked, and stamped, grunted and strained. And then, finally, her hand popped free. I was taken aback by what I just witnessed, and couldn't say a word. See? Told you it was the truth. Kid raised her hand in the air triumphantly, as if to demonstrate. I could see heavy bite marks. The sculpture hadn't come away from the struggle unscathed either. Kid's attempt to break free had left it cracked in several places. Magil pointed silently at part of it. I went to take a closer look and saw a pale, flesh-covered tongue. I expect we're supposed to put something there, commented Magil. Something? What exactly? I replied. It stood there for a moment, lost in thought. Then she started to unload all the knickknacks she'd been carrying. A strange collection of odds and ends pulled out from her pockets, her boots, and even from her braid. Alright, Serge, now it's your turn to have a go at that stupid statue. Kid grinned at me, holding her assortment of knickknacks out on the palms of both hands. I guess she decided that whatever further horrors the statue had in store, she'd rather not face them herself. Nice, kid. Real nice. Grumbling to myself, I reached out to pick an item. I chose... this hand-shaped plate that we got. I took the hand-shaped metal plate we'd found. After taking another look at the runes, I was no closer to working out what they might mean. Here goes nothing. I stuck the plate into the mouth of Truth Marvel's maw. As soon as I did so, its eyes rolled upward, and the wall gave a light judder. A low rumbling sound came from the sculpture's mouth. This, indeed, is the ultimate truth of the universe. Did you hear something? Yeah. I watched the mouth of Truth in confusion. Its great marble tongue lolled out, almost like a snake. It coiled around the plate, seizing it and pulling it deep inside. What's going on? In a panic, I looked to Magil for answers. It seems this effable truth of the universe has left even the mouth of Truth tongue-tied. Magil answered in his usual deadpan manner. I think he might have even been trying to make a joke. Hang on, did that plate thing you revealed the truth of the universe? And you went and crammed it down Beardy's skullet? Do you realize how much we could have sold that for? Kid kicked the floor in frustration and snapped her fingers. And then, drains on all sides of the room suddenly opened wide. The red water formed eddies as it sank away. Helpless, the pteranodons were washed away with the current. Soon only trickles of water were left, slowly dripping away. Well, that's a stroke of luck, ain't it? Guess we won't be sleeping with the fishes tonight, grinned Kid, looking at the empty pool. We crossed the drained room, making for an exit on the other side, and pressed on. Alright, it seems like a good save here. We went through the atrium and continued down the corridor, before finding ourselves at a fork in the road. The corridor stretched off to the left and right. Go right. We continued down the dank, dark corridor until some stairs leading downward finally came into view. Let's go back. We made our way back from the top of the staircase. We follow the corridor, eventually reaching a fork in the path. Let's go forward. I don't want to go down the stairs yet. Continue down the corridor, eventually reaching on an old, rather sturdy-looking door. Bloody marvelous. Another bloody door with a bloody magic barrier on it. Wonder what's inside. My sixth sense tells me it ain't treasure. Kid whispered back to us as she examined the door. I suspect that this is the Manor's dungeon, replied Magil, his eyes closed in concentration. I can hear the sound of someone moaning in the darkness on the other side. But there is nothing we can do, and thus it is of little concern to us now. Let us turn back. No way of getting through the door, we retraced our steps down the corridor. Okay, so now I'll go down the stairs. And then we go down the stairs. Slowly we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into the shadows as we went. At the bottom, we found ourselves at another intersection. The dim, narrow passageway branched left and right. Let's go right this time. Followed the corridor for a while before coming across a small door. Get a whiff of that. Something smells good, whispered Kid, sniffing at the air. Go inside. We opened the door. Blimey, this is a small kitchen. Must be for the servants, commented Magil. I scanned our surroundings. A basin for washing dishes, cooking utensils, some food made ready for tomorrow, and the mousetrap. It looked like any other commoner's kitchen. He had walked over to a large pot filled with food and peered inside. Looks like tomorrow's lunch. Want to try some, Serge? Sure. Timidly, I peered into the pot. It looked like stew, and it didn't smell bad at all. Almost inviting. I scooped some up with a ladle and brought it to my mouth. It was delicious. This stuff's delicious. You should grab a bowl, Kid, I urged between bits. Kid was looking at me again, staring at me intently, in fact, like she was searching for something. Well, you ain't going green or nothing. Guess it's safe. Alright, let's have a try. She licked her hands with anticipation and swiped my spoon right out of my hand. Fancy a taste, Madge? No. Kid grabbed a bowl from nearby and began spooning out more. I did the same. We ate our fill, the stew was still warm, and it felt as though the magic of fresh home cooking was easing my wounds somewhat. Suddenly, a little voice rang out. You there, the young man with the braid. Kid froze. Oi, who you calling a bloke? Kid barked angrily in the direction the voice was coming from. Mouse was looking at us with eyes like saucers, from the inside of a mousetrap hanging from a wall in the corner of the room. Oh, I'm sorry. You're a young lady, I see. The mouse bowed its head in apology. Please, kind young lady, you must hear me out. The mouse put its paws together and stared pleadingly at Kid. I left the nest to find food for my mother, but as you can see, I managed to get myself caught in the trap. If you leave me here, I will surely be eaten by goblins. Kid eyed the little creature suspiciously. Eaten by goblins? Wait, that's stew. Putting two and two together, Kid ran for the sink. I beg of you, please, free me from this trap. My mother is sick and she'll be terribly worried about what has become of me. Mouse was clearly begging for its life. There was also an odd little glint in its eye. Meanwhile, Kid was at the sink. Blorfed. Ugh. I'm never gonna get that taste out of my mouth. I'll be buggered if I'm hanging around here any longer. Kid returned from the sink only to stamp off towards the door. He was looking very green around the gills. Kindly young lady, I don't suppose you could free me first? You got yourself into this mess, you can sort it out yourself. It all but spat on the ground as she left the room. The mouse's eyes welled up as it looked to me. Young man, please, you're my only hope. Fine. Unable to bear it staring at me anymore with those pleading eyes, I lifted down the cage and opened the door. The mouse bounced happily out from inside. Mouse gave a weird chuckle. You poor naive fool. Suddenly, its body began to balloon massively in size. Oi, Serge, what are you doing in? Kid stopped in horror the moment she opened the door. Bugger me, a griffin. The enormous creature stared balefully down at us. Idiot humans. My mother is not sick, but yours will be when she sees what I've done to you. Good going, Serge. You're a bloody liability, you are. Oof. Okay, maybe I made a mistake, but she didn't have to rub it in like that. The griffin gave an almighty cry and leapt right at us. Razor-sharp talons sliced through the air, raking down toward me. Yeah, we're gonna duck. Caught off guard, I tried my best to dodge the attack. But the blow never came, as the griffin suddenly lost its balance and came crashing to the ground. Oh, bother. Too hungry to even fight properly. What on earth? I breathed a sigh of relief, running a hand down my chest. Alright, little mouse. Now it's time for the real show to begin. Kid walked up to the griffin, cracking her knuckles. Please, kindly young lady, this is all a misunderstanding. A terrible misunderstanding. Panicking, the creature leapt to its feet. You can't kill me. I have useful information. If you let me go, I promise I'll tell you everything I know. Everything. Yeah? I know how much a promise from the likes of you is worth. Kid took another step towards the griffin, not skipping a beat. Ah, please. Kid kept on coming. The griffin kept on shrinking away. Enough. Magil called for Kid to stop. Let's hear it. Oh, thank you, kind sir. The griffin was beside itself with relief. Spoil my fun, why don't you? Grumbled Kid, pouting as she turned away. Listen well, O merciful savior. Right thrice, left twice, right twice. Should you find yourself trapped in one of Lynx's swirling snares, remember my words. With that, the griffin returned to its mouse-like form and disappeared into a small hole in the wall. Trapped in Lynx's snares. As if I'd be thick enough to walk into one of his traps. Let's get out of here, we wasted enough time already. Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the kitchen. Kid stopped in her tracks, signaling to us with the hand behind her back. She drew her knife and stared into the darkness. We heard the clinking of metal from just up ahead. Goblin guards. Wasn't likely there'd be anyone else going for a nighttime stroll around the manor wearing armor. Alright, let's fight it. Fix the situation. Thief, let's fight. Yeah, so we're just gonna fight the goblin again. 5 of them in total. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're gonna do jump back. Iron Ball crashed into the stone tile I was standing on only moments before, crushing it. And we're gonna stab him into the goblin's chest. Pull out the knife, creature grab the arm, and then we're gonna punch it in the face. Found him by surprise, pulled the hand, jumped back. Threw the knife this time. Threw the knife at the goblin's face. By reflex, it immediately raised its buckler to catch the blow. I took the opportunity to swiftly free the goblin's mace from its belt and slip behind its back. All I had to do next was bring the mace down on its head. Goblin turned around right on cue. I slammed the mace down into its face. There was a horrible squelch, and I felt a sickening crunch in the shock that ran through the weapon. The goblin's flabby form thudded to the ground. Exhausted, I panted for breath. Alright, oh yeah, finally got a notch on the belt. Yep, we did it. We killed him. I'd taken a few knocks, but I was alright. Scraper 2 wouldn't stop me. Okay, we got a good amount of health back. So I'll save here. Alright, took it right down the corridor. We followed it for a while before coming to an intersection. We are gonna go forward. Down the corridor until it ended at a large door, covered in scratches and other odd marks. Above the door was a wooden plate. It bore the legend, "Guard Room," in elaborate calligraphy. Well. I reckon this might be where we find the key to that door upstairs. We're getting past that bloody magic barrier without it. Kid pressed an ear against the door and listened carefully. Doesn't sound like anyone's in there, she whispered. So we went inside. Kid opened the door. The room had seemed completely silent from the outside. So we had thought it would be empty. There inside was a lone goblin. He was sitting in a chair with a book in his hand. A light stream drifted from the teacup on the table in front of it, and with it, a delicate aroma. The goblin peered at us curiously over its spectacles. There was something different about this one. I could tell as much at a glance. Heavens, how rare it is to have guests. Heavens, how well spoken for a goblin. I could only feel dread and suspicion at the sight of him nonetheless. Sorry, mate, we're not your guest. Cough up the key to the dungeon if you want to live. Kid slammed her knife into the table to illustrate your point. But the goblin didn't so much as flinch. Ah, you must be Kid. What a pleasure this is. I have always so wanted to meet you. Why, you're even more ravishing than the rumors would. Before the goblin could finish, Kid's knife flew through the air. The quick flick of his wrist, the goblin caught the blade with the back of his book a mere inch from his face. I see that your approach is as radical as the name of your merry band would suggest, the goblin said, pulling the knife free and handing it back to Kid. She took it without a word. But her gaze had changed. It was like a cat cautiously studying its prey. And I was just getting to the good part too. Ah, well, I suppose I shall have to give up on ever finishing it now. Goblin casually flung the book over his shoulder and into a nearby bin. Allow me to introduce myself, if I may. I am Grismeld, and I am the guard on watch. No need to stand. Please, do take a seat. You're welcome to tea, of course. The goblin beckoned us to sit down. Did he mean to poison us? If I may. Magil calmly took a seat, ignoring the obvious suspicion in the air. I will trust Magil. I decided to trust Magil's instincts, and took a seat next to him. He had some kind of plan in mind. I was sure of it. Kid didn't look like she'd be pulling up a chair anytime soon. She was standing with her with her arms crossed, eyeing the goblin suspiciously. The goblin poured 3 cups of tea. Here you are. With the slightest hint of hesitation, Magil took his teacup and lifted it to his lips. He sipped, then placed the cup back on its saucer. Heal my Aelin tea. Not a blend I'd expect to find here. What a pleasure it is to encounter a fellow connoisseur. Yes, it's a rare blend, and one mainly enjoyed by the noble classes. Couldn't believe the conversation I was hearing, but I also couldn't help wondering what this rare tea might taste like. My eyes rested on the cup that had been poured for me. I couldn't shake the fear that it might be poison, but I also couldn't ignore how delicious it smelt. Before I knew it, the cup was in my hands. This is great, I blurted out. I never had such a delicious brew in my entire life. My aches and pains faded away. I glanced over at Kid, who was blowing maniacally at the liquid in her cup. I'd forgotten that she was paranoid about burning her mouth on things. Now that we're comfortable, let's get down to brass tacks, as they say. I'm gonna save here because this next part I'm gonna lose a lot of health, but it is worth it. And then I'm just gonna reload the save because I don't know exactly how much I'm gonna lose, but I'm gonna lose a lot of health. Now that we're comfortable, let's get down to brass tacks, as they say. I do indeed have the key to the dungeon, as you surmised, but you will also be aware that I cannot simply give it away. I glanced over to Kid again. Typical. She wasn't listening to a word Grismel was saying. She was still huffing and puffing at her tea. It seemed it would be up to me to respond. Okay. Here's our offer. Give us the key, and you get to live. I said, trying to sound as threatening as I could. If you kill me, you'll never find out where it is. Why, you could spend all night looking and never find it. It was clear from his answer that he wasn't hugely intimidated. I guess when it came to looking tough and talking tougher, I was no match for Kid. So, I showed him my secret photograph of Kid. I sidled around to Grismold and pulled out the photograph with an artful flick. How about a trade? I whispered into his ear. I'm sorry, but I must decline your offer. This treasure would clearly bring more trouble than enjoyment. It was clear he wasn't going to go for it. Besides, it is not material gains that I seek. What then? What do you want? Like to know what I want? I want your heads. Grismel's eyes glistened behind his spectacles. Or rather, I'm sure that's what my employer would have me say. But no, I have no such barbarous aspirations. Furthermore, I doubt I'd be a match for you. Grismel chuckled as he said this. What I live for is the joy of conversation, which I fear my compatriots are ill-equipped to supply. Perhaps you might have one or two ripping yarns to share. Grinning, he added, I'm sure notorious thieves such as yourselves must have more than a few thrilling tales up your sleeves. I wanted to hear a story. That seemed a more than fair price to pay for the key. I closed my eyes and thought. Actually, it's better if I saved it here. And I'll tell a different part of the story. Aha! Well, assuming the loading of the save takes me here. Aha! I know just the story. How did it begin? One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest. And then he was out hunting for bugs. What was next again? Got a beetle and painted it gold. The fragments I remember seemed about right. I had a rough handle on how the ending would go. I took a breath and began my tale. One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest. She was out hunting for bugs. She caught a beetle and painted it gold. The next morning, she set off into town to sell her catch. On her way there, she met some travelers and convinced them that the creature she carried was the fabled beetle of fortune. She sold it to them for an eye-watering price. Rich at last, the girl and her mother lived happily ever after. Hey Serge, the girl's name wouldn't happen to be Kid, would it? My blood froze at the quiet threat in the voice behind me. What? Just making this up as I go along. Don't tell me you actually did all this stuff. The moment I turned around, I found my neck caught in Kid's hands. How did you find out? How? I couldn't answer her. I couldn't even breathe. Show me whatever it was you were whispering about earlier. Kid shoved her hand into my pocket and yanked out the photograph. My life was over. Serge? She ripped the photograph to pieces and then glared at me. Her upper lip was curled into a vicious sneer, and I saw teeth almost look like fangs. For a moment, I was reminded of the wildcats from earlier. Madge, save me. Realizing I was in mortal peril, I begged Magil for help. No reply was forthcoming. Thump, crunch, crack, pow. Ah! Whack, bang, bam, sock. At the face. Pow, clonk, snap, biff. Ah! My spleen. Crash, rip, splat, thwack. Somehow, I still seem to be alive after all that. What? She gave my broken body one last kick and made for the door. We're leaving. Magil peeled me off the floor. Oh, don't forget this, said Grismeld before we hurried off to catch up with Kid. The key, as promised. I took it from Grismeld's hand. We left the room, Goblin's inscrutable countenance following us as we went. Alright, I'll save here. If we're in not good shape, I'll reload the previous save. If we're fine, I'll just keep going. Left room, took a left turn in the corridor. We followed it for a while before coming to an intersection. We were going up the stairs. Magic soon ended at the foot of some stairs. Kid taking the lead, we started to climb the narrow staircase. We reached the top, found ourselves at the end of the long, straight corridor. Moved on. Fork in the path, we want to go straight. Alright. Right. The key we got from that creepy old goblin should do the trick. Kid slipped the key into the lock. The heavy door groaned slightly as it slowly swung open. Slimy air rose up around our feet, as if crawling blindly through the darkness. This didn't seem like the kind of place anyone in their right mind would visit voluntarily. We pushed the heavy iron door the rest of the way open and stepped into the darkness. There was a row of cells, all locked behind iron bars. 1, 2. Oh, Gulliver, Melgid, Zorinda, forgive me, please. Please forgive me. We heard a voice from the third cell, whimpering and crying pathetically. I strained my eyes to look inside. Faintly, in the darkness, I could see something that looked like a man sitting on the floor. So this was the source of the voice. Oi, you alright, mate? Kid called out to the figure. Forgive me. It's all my fault. It's my fault. The Dragoons never deserved this. General, Lady Riddell. Oh, forgive me. I beg of you. The old man didn't seem to respond to us at all. He only sat facing the wall, begging forgiveness for who knew what. Hello? Can you hear me? Asked Kid, trying again. There'll be no getting through to him. His real self will have long since retreated inside the shell he has created, said Magil, cutting her off. 2.5 hours still reading. You're a champ. Yeah, well, I got some water left, and I have another bottle of water, so I came prepared. I'll read, because I do all the reading in my, well, 90% of the reading in my JRPG streams. Someone's got to do it. Shell? What do you mean? I asked. He has built a shell around the core of his psyche in order to shield himself from the truth. He is running from something. Something terrible. He has seen something, or been through something, or has done something. So he has created his own world on the inside as a final refuge, the outside world lost to him forevermore. I looked at Magil in surprise. I had detected a hint of unspoken sadness in his words. For some reason, he was looking at Kid, watching over her as she stared at the man in the cell. Seeming to notice my gaze, Magil turned back to face me, assuming his usual emotionless expression once more. We live in a world of sorrow and foolishness. It is only inevitable that some would try to escape it. But despite his hard words, his eyes retained a certain softness, his steely gaze giving way to a gentle light. Do you understand? I think so. I gave a slightly evasive answer. You seem confused. I don't blame you. You'll come to understand eventually. Magil looked at me and Kid. What was all that about? I wondered. We're not gonna get much out of him. He's miles away. Let's just leave him be and try someplace else. Kid made for the door of the dungeon. Wait, called Magil. Let's find some way to get this man to speak. What for? I mean, he's speaking already, just none of it makes sense. What are you after? Some things he said piqued my curiosity. He mentioned the Dragoons, and Riddell, too. So? You said that the Dragoons are ancient history, snapped Kid. Besides, how can we trust anything he says? He's clearly gone off his rocker. He had a point. The old man had long since cut his ties to the real world. What did Magil expect him to say? Without missing a beat, Magil replied. You simply have to bring him back to reality. And how are we going to do that? You want me to do a little dance for him or something? See if he gets his motor going? I knew that if I said anything, I'd get nothing but the earful of a lifetime in return. So I clamped my hands over my mouth to save myself. What are you playing at, Serge? Kid seemed unimpressed. Phew. That was a close one. I don't think that would work, said Magil dryly. Kid's fist flew straight towards his face. That could have been us. But Magil shifted his weight effortlessly, avoiding the attack, and continued. That would not have been us. We would have taken that straight in the face. We must break through the shell he has created and drag him back to the real world. In order to do that, we'll need some kind of key. Something that will reach him even through the barrier he has erected. Yeah? How are we gonna find this key? Asked Kid suspiciously. Don't know, came Magil's simple reply. There is someone in this manor who can tell us. You don't mean. You're not talking about Riddell, are you? I am, Magil replied with a nod. Alright, fine. Don't know what the heck you expect her to tell us, though. Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. Left the gibbering old man in the dungeon, alone with his sorrow. Followed Kid and Magil back out into the corridor. Alright, so now we gotta go to Riddell's room. Toward the atrium. The corridor was dark and clammy. We pressed on, and soon the entrance to the atrium came into view. We arrived back at the atrium. An exit leading to Lynx's and Riddell's rooms gaped ominously from across the cavernous space. Yeah, we'll keep going. We gotta go to Riddell's room. Leaving the atrium behind, we immediately found ourselves at a fork in the path. It should be the left side. No, yeah, continue the path. This will take us to... yeah, Riddell's room. Go inside. We found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room. The knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. Stately desk and the cozy-looking bed nearby, meanwhile, suggested the room's occupant was no stranger to luxury. The room was richly furnished. Somehow, it still felt awfully lonely. Is someone there? Came the voice of a young woman. We shrank into the shadows. The woman appeared from deeper within the room. She was lightly made up and had a gentle, unthreatening air about her. It was Lynx's daughter. Strange. I'm sure I heard someone. I was at a loss of as to what to do for a moment, but before I had time to do much more than hold my breath, Kid had already darted over and thrust her knife out, stopping the blade only a hair's breadth from the woman's neck. Where's the frozen flame? Answer me. Her voice came out in a harsh growl. I rushed in to hold Kid back before she hurt the poor woman. Kid, do we really have to do it this way? Shut your trap, Serge. Riddell couldn't help but giggle as she watched us bickering. What are you laughing at? Kid shot Riddell a harsh look. It's just, you don't seem like thieves at all. Little. You want me to cut you, girl? I'd be surprised if that knife could cut anything. For a moment, I felt faint, imagining Riddell on the floor, covered in blood. But then, clang. Kid had thrown her knife to the floor, and I saw that it was only a letter opener. Didn't think you noticed. Whatever, I'm not here to mess around killing the likes of you anyway. I have no desire for bloodshed either, said Riddell in a voice that was almost a whisper. I am not your enemy. In fact, I want to help you. There wasn't a hint of hesitation or deception in her voice. Let me guess. You're trapped in the manor too? Riddell only lowered her eyes sadly in response to Kid's question. The frozen flame should never have been allowed to fall into Lynx's hands. Riddell spoke quietly. Deep emotion clearly underpinned her words. The flame was once the property of an ancient kingdom to the north, who kept it for generations. It was said to have the uncanny power to guide people and change history itself. After the kingdom fell, the flame changed hands countless times until eventually it came into my father's possession. That was before I was born. Sometime later, Lynx became aware of the flame's true value and approached my father under false pretenses of friendship. Not a soul suspected what his true intentions were. And then on that horrible day, he destroyed everything. He killed everyone. Or everything. Riddell shook her head, then buried her face in her hands. I don't care about the frozen flame. I don't care about that stupid accursed stone. It means nothing to me. I just want to take it away from Lynx and smash it to pieces right in front of him. And only we can make that happen. Riddell looked up with surprise as Magil spoke. No one else in the world can seize that jewel from Lynx. Riddell stared speechlessly. And then in a low voice she whispered, "What can I do to help you?" Ooh. There's a survivor of the Acacia Dragoons in the dungeon who we want to help. And if we're to help him, we need your help, said Magil, taking a step forward. What? That man is a traitor. Because of him, that father, that Zorinda. Please, it's the only way. Riddell turned her back to us and hung her head low. Chamber of Death. There might be something to bring him back to his senses there. Yeah, she looks a lot different than the Riddell you see in the actual in Chrono Cross. Very different. After all, it was there that he chose to abandon his pride, his life. I assume the Chamber of Death must be the cell with the trapped ceiling. Riddell nodded. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem, started Kid. That thing damn near killed us the last time. You will need to take the Einlanzer with you. It is a sacred sword said to have been forged by an ancient sage, and a sister blade to the crimson cursed Masamune. Or Masamune. However you want to pronounce it. You know, Masamune. The timeless blessing of the Einlanzer will surely keep you safe from the Chamber of Death's wickedness. It used to be such a sight to see it in the hands of Zorinda. It danced like the wind, shone like the stars, and struck like lightning. Lost again in memories of fonder times, Riddell once more bowed her head. Forgive me. I have little more to tell you. Told us more than enough. We'll take our leave now, said Magil, turning and making for the door. I wish I had the strength to change things like you do, whispered Riddell, biting her lip. Kid hesitated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. It ain't about strength, about having a purpose, something to fight for. I will be praying for you. Kid shot Riddell a look over her shoulder. Great. Maybe you can cross your fingers, too. We left the room. Passage outside the room continued to our left and right. Going right would take us to Lynx's room. Meanwhile, going left would take us to the atrium and another branch. So let's save here. And we'll go towards the atrium. We're gonna go upstairs. Alright. We want to go up the staircase, so we take the left passage. And then we want to go to the... yeah, the left to the terrace. I go left towards the terrace. A short walk, we keep following the corridor. Then we keep... see the ancient door. This is the clock tower. We open the door. This is where we found a sword. In we go. Kid stilted her breath and reached for the handle. Door was unlocked. It swung slowly open. The room was completely silent, and there was no sign of life. There it is. Our ticket to not getting turned into mincemeat. The ancient sword was right where Kid had left it after pulling it from out of the pile. She ran over to where it lay. Looking down at the sword, Magil muttered. Two ancient blades, the secret Einlanzer and the cursed Masamune. What are you going on about, Madge? You know something about this Master Moon? Magil said nothing. Well, it seems to mean something to you. It does. Uh-huh. Something to do with old friends I don't know about? Not exactly. An enemy, then? Not exactly. You're being weird, Madge. Well, whatever. Oi, numbnuts. Grab this thing for me, will ya? I was still standing by the doorway when Kid called over to me. Who? Me? Yeah, you. Or are you gonna make me lug the bloody thing around the place? Just a scrawny little girl. Ain't I? Call yourself a gentleman. We'll just not say anything. I knew there wasn't anything I could say to her. Silently, I walked over to Kid and picked up the sword like I was told. Whoa. Nearly fell over. Thing was heavy. Good boy. Right. Off to the chamber of death. Eyes on the prize, lads. Dragging the sword behind me, I followed Kid out of the room. Alright, so now we want to go to the right. Want to go up the stairs. A little further, we continued on. Some stairs. Kindly, we headed upwards. And then here's the door to the death trap inside. Well, this place is just as creepy as I remember. Lovely, grumbled Kid. She was looking at the stains on the wall. The ceiling had been pulled back up. There was no reason to believe it might not come grinding down again at any moment. Bearing in mind what Riddell had told us the room was called, it definitely wasn't somewhere we wanted to linger. Quickly, hissed Magil, before crouching down and examining the ground for clues. Kid and I crouched down too. What were we even looking for, though? What could the old man have left in this room that would help us bring him back to reality? Blacks under the floor were smeared with the black, gooey substance, gave off an odd, rotten aroma. Shook my head, trying to drive an uncomfortable thought from my mind. Kid saw me, and clearly wasn't doing much better herself. She slowly turned, positioning herself so that she was facing away from the stains on the wall. There was no point in thinking like that. I just had to try. But then... ah, shit. The door slammed shut, and the gears ground into life. Here we bloody go again. We have to stop it. If we don't deal with the trap, we'll never find what we're looking for. Here he comes. The ceiling sank lower and lower. We ducked our heads, desperately trying to avoid the blades that jutted out from the bottom. It looked at me and screamed. Sword! Use the Einlanzer. What? How do you use a sword? Plunge it into the ground. There. I drove the sword into the floor with all my might. A shock ran through the room. Beams of light scattered from the blade, covering the floor and walls, and then racing upward. The ceiling gave an almighty judder, then stopped. We made it. I sank to the floor, helplessly, my heart racing. Hey, what's that? It was pointing at part of the wall, where we'd seen the message written in blood. Guess we found what we were looking for. Ugh. Part of the wall had collapsed, revealing the cavity behind what had looked like a piece of solid stone. Inside, I could see something glinting faintly in the darkness. Kid reached in with her fingertips, carefully extracting whatever it was from within. It was a slender ring with a delicately engraved design that looked like overlapping ferns. The ring was adorned with several small rubies in a pattern that resembled a bunch of grapes. The crest of acacia. This must be an acacian signet. Kid put the ring on her middle finger, where it sat uneasily. Didn't seem to be her size. The rubies gave off an eerie glint. Right, let's not spend any more time in here than we have to. We managed to foil the trap and received the acacian signet. I left the Einlanzer where it stood, and we exited the room. In the lead, we headed downstairs. Okay, so we got through that. Now we gotta make our way. Jesus, almost 3 hours. Now we gotta make our way back. Triangle. Back to the cell. So we keep going. And we're going. And we keep going. Past that door, short walk to the corridor, terrace came into view, kept following the corridor. We're going to the intersection, we take down the stairs with the path on the right. Alright, so far so good. Path split, we're going to the atrium on the left. Alright, here's the atrium, and now we are going to go further into the manor. I want to go... yeah, to the dungeon. Alright, here we are. This place again. I hope this is the last time I have to come here. Well, this hopefully will be the last time we come here. Having retrieved the acacian signet, we returned to the old man's cell. As soon as we got there, Magil took a step forward and grabbed onto the bars. They creaked and groaned as he heaved at them, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of his might. Slowly, they bowed apart. Stepped into the cell through the gap, and Kid and I followed. The old man was exactly as we had left him, staring into space and muttering meaningless words. Kid walked over to him and crouched down. She grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him. "Wakey, wakey, Granddad! We got a few questions for you. Here, get an eyeful of this. Ring any bells? Hmm?" Kid waved the acacian signet in his face, shaking him roughly all the while. The old man's head lolled as he limply allowed himself to be manhandled. I asked Magil to make it stop. Looked at Magil in horror. Is this how we're gonna break through his shell? Fear not. This approach is as good as any. But do we even have the right to drag this poor man back into reality like this? Hasn't he suffered enough? I am prepared to do anything to achieve our goal. Magil stared right through me with that ice-cold gaze. Oh. An Acacian signet, the symbol of our vows bestowed only upon swore Acacian dragoons. A low voice, almost a moan. I spun around in surprise. His eyes began to cloud once more. So, my former allies have finally come for me. I am to blame. It is because of my indiscretion that the frozen flame was stolen, and that all of the Acacian dragoons, only I remain in the manor. But now all is well, for you have returned. Oh, Melgdid, Zorinda, where have you been all this time? Did you all return to Lake Stoic? Never mind all that, Granddad. Where's the frozen flame? Give us a clue. Anything. Come on, out with it. I couldn't decide if Kid sounded more annoyed or more desperate. The frozen flame? The old man looked momentarily confused. Then, a wan smile crossed his face. My word, Lady Riddell. It's been far too long since last I had the pleasure. Why, you need only turn the third candlestick from the left as you enter the main hall. That will open the underground vault, as you know. Kid wrapped her arms around the old man and held him tight. And then, in a trembling voice, she whispered, I'm sorry. I promise we'll get it back. Ugh. The man recoiled in horror and then began to sob once more. I am to blame. It's all my fault. Forgive me. Forgive me. Look, if you want to get out of here, now's your chance. But it was no use. He was too busy cowering and wailing to hear me. We're done here, Serge. We can't help him, and there's things we need to be doing. Thank you, I whispered to the old man before following Kid and Magil out of the dungeon. Alright, and now we gotta go back upstairs. So we'll save here. Okay. Towards the atrium. Whew. So far so good, we haven't had an encounter. Thank God. Going. We're gonna go upstairs. And then we're gonna go into the main room. Terrace, I wanna go to the main hall. Alright, here we go. And here we went inside. It pushed open the heavy doors as quietly as she could and peered inside. Looks like the coast is clear. We stepped inside into the main hall. Dozens of candles provided a dim, flickering light, setting the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. The great hall was filled with a heavy silence. Silence unbroken save for the ticking of a large clock that slowly counted the passage of time as if waiting for something. Several portraits glared down at us with cold eyes. We moved through the feeble glow of the candles. Third candlestick from the left, whispered Kid. 1, 2, 3. There. She reached out towards it. I held my breath as I watched. Say your prayers, Lynx. We're coming for you. Kid turned the candlestick. The room trembled with a sudden rhythmic rumbling sound, as if a massive gear was turning. What's that? For a moment, I felt a strange sensation, as if I was floating. Do you feel that? I started to stagger. The entire room seems to be moving downward, came the reply from Magil. I couldn't quite believe it, but I also couldn't deny the feeling of downward motion. The main hall was sinking into the earth. Then another rumble. The room's descent rapidly accelerated. Cold sweat dripped from my back. My heart filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. What was waiting for us down there? The frozen flame. Our prize at the end of this little adventure. But was it really? Would it live up to our expectations? I tightened my fists, which were slick with sweat. What were Kid and Magil thinking? The room remained veiled in silence. As if in response to my thoughts, a quiet voice came from next to me. It was Kid. I looked over to see her standing stiffly, staring forward with her hands clenched into fists. Sometimes I feel like I'm stuck in a losing battle, a fight I'll never win, no matter what I do. It was a side of her I never witnessed before. Even from this angle, I could see fear and doubt flickering across her face. I felt a tender sting in my heart. What are you fighting? What are you fighting against? Good question. Fate, maybe? Life, even. Not sure I can put my finger on it exactly. It ain't Lynx. I mean, sure, I'm here to fight him, but that's different. It ain't clear-cut like that. I feel like there's another me inside me. One that's just sitting there, looking at how empty and pointless everything I do is. That's the best way I can describe it anyhow. Listen to me, load of bloody nonsense, eh? She smiled ruefully. I didn't know exactly what she meant, but I felt like I knew broadly what she was getting at. She may have talked tough, but underneath it all, she felt fear and uncertainty, just like the rest of us. I mean, it was no great revelation in and of itself, but hearing her say it out loud gave me a strange sense of relief. I stole another sidelong glance at her. Her expression was different, more mature somehow. Sorry, mate. You didn't need to hear that. Not exactly me trademark brand of carefree banter, eh? She stuck out her tongue. Normal service had been resumed. Or so it seemed for a second. Thanks, Serge. And you, Madge, she said, suddenly serious again. Couldn't have made it this far without you both. Listen, if we don't... After this, I mean, if we don't get another chance to... Huh? You know what? Forget it. She closed her eyes and forced a smile. I wasn't sure how to respond, so true to form, I just stared at her some more. I could have sworn I caught a flicker of a grin cross Magil's face too. It was standing just at the edge of my field of vision, arms crossed and eyes closed. But maybe it was just my imagination. A contemplative silence descended as the hall continued its journey down into the bowels of the manor. A crash split the silence as if we collided with something. A loud metallic scraping filled the air. The room rocked and finally came to a halt. Looks like the end of the line. All change. The swelling grandeur of the organ suddenly filled the air. No one had so much as touched it, and yet the keys and the pedals were moving by themselves. The melody it played was both unsettling and sad. Funeral tune, is it? Way to greet your guests. It took a long stride forward, then turned to face me and Magil. Come on, let's go. Magil and I gently nodded our assent. Kid grinned, then turned back to the door. I'm coming for you, Lynx. This is the end for you. And with that, she led us from the hall. We continued down a long, dark corridor, the walls slick with condensation. The air was thick and heavy, as though ripe with the stench of death. Were we really getting close to Lynx's hidden vault at last? And was there any turning back now, for any of us? There was something strange about Kid that night. Magil didn't seem to be his usual self either. To begin with, it was vanishingly rare for him to speak so much, let alone to show any kind of emotion. What happened to make them change like that? Unable to take the silence anymore, I decided to speak. I had to ask the question that had been on my mind all this time. What is the frozen flame? Is the frozen flame really just a jewel? There was only silence in return. Then, when it seemed like no one would reply at all, Magil spoke. His low voice echoed in the corridor. It is a sacred stone that cures all ills, heals all wounds, and grants eternal life. Or so some still believe. Truth, it is part of a tremendous rock that fell from the skies long, long ago. That rock was the source of a hitherto unknown power, with which mankind's hidden potential was unlocked. You could say that it was humanity's dreams made manifest. But it is not always good to have one's dreams come true. Many were bewitched by that great power. Some were led astray by it. It even led to a kingdom's ruin. A kingdom once prosperous, yet now little more than fragments and dust, its name lost to history. For a moment, I thought I heard a hint of pain and sadness in Magil's voice. But maybe it was just my nerves. Wait, how do you know all this, Magil? He said nothing. He only stared at me with his piercing dark eyes and then continued onward in silence. For a while, only the sounds of footsteps echoed in the corridor. And then Kid gave a doubtful humph. Look, I don't know if all that stuff about the frozen flame is true or not. It's neither here nor there to me. She raised a fist. We're here to settle the score with Lynx by nicking the thing. That's all I know, and that's all I want to know. What had Lynx seen in the frozen flame? Why had it been worth risking so much for? We trudged on down the dark passageway, each of us alone with our thoughts. Concentrating on my footsteps lessened the burden of my worries somewhat, and I felt a renewed vigor. To a degree. Suddenly, Magil stopped in his tracks. Wait. Huh? He had turned around puzzled. Just then, a powerful light surged across the floor, and a ring-shaped sigil appeared. Damn it, a blood circle. Kid and Magil were at least quick enough to try and jump clear. They weren't quite quick enough. The three of us were trapped in a circle of blinding light. The sigil rotated left and right with us at the center, cutting off all routes of escape. Ugh, we're trapped. A wall of heat and wind blew up around us, and swirling lines and spirals of light assailed us wherever we turned. Don't let the light mesmerize you. Cover your eyes, shouted Magil, raising a hand over his mask. Turn with the light, not against it. There has to be a way out. What? I barely even understand what's going on. Kid's elbow brushed against the wall of light surrounding us, sending sparks flying. Ugh. Be careful. Merely to touch it is more than enough to harm you. Stay well back. I slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. Turn right 3 times. 3 steps to the right. There, I see it. That's our way through. Found a gap in the wall of light and carefully walked through. Kid, Magil, this way. Remember what that griffin said? Thrice to the right, twice to the left, and twice to the right. But we weren't out of the woods yet. There was still another wall of light swirling with a great wind in front of us. Slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. I turned left twice. 2 steps to the left. See it, that's our way through. Found a gap in the wall of light and carefully walked through. Kid, Magil, this way. Managed to get through the barrier unscathed, but we weren't out of the woods yet. There was still another wall of light swirling with a great wind in front of us. So this is the last one. We turn right twice. Steps to the right. See it? That's our way through. Found the gap. Let's go. Suddenly, my body felt light, and I staggered 2 or 3 steps forward. We were back in the deserted passageway we'd been walking down before the blood circle had appeared. The sigil had vanished from the floor, and everything was silent, as if nothing had ever been amiss. And then I looked up. Looks like we finally made it, boys. Kid strolled up to the door with a wicked grin on her face. The true frozen flame awaits. Magil's eyes gave a glint from behind his mask, like glass catching moonlight in the darkness of night. Let's go. Kid reached for the handle. Oh, this is the place, huh? Kid narrowed her eyes, straining to see our surroundings in the darkness. A vast, pitch-black expanse surrounded us, whichever way we looked. It was as if we'd entered an impossibly vast cave. We were in a place forgotten by time, unknown to the world, hidden deep within the bowels of night. A gentle crimson light hovered in the darkness, the frozen flame. Alright, now it's ours. The light of the flame ebbed and waned gently, as if responding to Kid's voice. What the heck is this place? There's mountains of bloody rubble everywhere. Magil took a step further into the room and said in a whisper that was almost a groan, "No, it can't be." Ah, but it is. The ruins of the lost kingdom of mages. The voice drifted down through the darkness from above. Kid looked up in shock. Lynx, I'll kick your flea-bitten arse so hard you'll kiss the moon. Kid pulled her knife from her belt and threw it as hard as she could. It fell to the floor with a clang, as if knocked out of the air by some unseen hand. Still the same impetuous child as ever, I see. That's no way to greet an old friend. Smarmy bastard. Kid gritted her teeth with rage. And you, Shadow Dweller. I'll have none of your tricks this time. You must think me a fool if you believe I'll fall for that again. Magil, who had been quietly slipping into the darkness that surrounded us, stopped dead in his tracks. So this was the infamous Lynx. The lord of this deadly manor. The man who had murdered the closest thing Kid had to family, who had assassinated General Viper and eradicated the Order of the Acacia Dragoons. A pleasure as always, my dear kid, and I must say, you followed the trail of breadcrumbs I laid for you admirably closely, my greedy little sneak thief. What the bloody... He stepped forward, bristling. Lynx narrowed his eyes as his lips twisted into a snarl. You know what I want, kid. Give me the stone you carry. Stone? Did Kid have some kind of jewel I didn't know about? Don't know what you're on about, mate. She just managed to recover her composure, narrowing her eyes scornfully at her old foe. Spare me the act, child. I know that you have it. I know she gave it to you. Hand over the time egg, now. The what? Whatever it was, I'd never heard of it. You're dreaming if you think I'll give it to the likes of you, Kid shot back. It's all I have left of her. I'll never let go of it, not for anyone, and definitely not for you. I'll tell you what's gonna happen, you bastard. First, I'm gonna take the frozen flame, and then I'm gonna ram it down your throat. Incorrigible young fool. I was hoping this might be a civilized exchange. Alas, it seems my words will only fall on deaf ears, and you are determined to repeat your past errors. Lynx moved his hand to the grip of the ornate golden saber that hung from his belt. Last time, I showed you mercy and let you leave with your life. That was a mistake. One which I mean to correct. Surge, Magil, stay back. Kid took a step forward, glaring at Lynx, her gaze unflinching. The sense here and now. You'll pay for what you've done. You'll pay for what you've done to Luca. With a scream, Kid leapt into the air like a bird taking flight. Her foot lashed out in a scything kick aimed right at the side of Lynx's head. But there was no contact. Where Lynx had been mere moments before, now there was only empty space. Kid landed and immediately launched herself back into the air, putting the full force of her momentum into another kick. This time, Lynx leaned back, letting Kid's foot swing past only a hair's breadth from his nose. And then it was Lynx's turn. He lashed out with his saber, carving an arc through the air in front of him. Kid was ready for him, however, and had already jumped back a safe distance. The two glared at each other from mere footsteps apart. At least you had the decency to prepare a little better than last time, Lynx purred. A red line appeared on Kid's cheek, slowly coalescing into a drop of blood. Kid. In a flash, she launched herself into yet another attack. Lynx dodged to the side, then made to strike her with the hilt of his saber. Kid moved awkwardly to avoid the attack, losing her footing. And then Lynx was on her like a bird of prey before she could fully recover. There was a gasp and a cough as Lynx drove his knee into the pit of her stomach. Kid collapsed. A steady stream of red dripped from her lips. Will that be all, girl? Lynx gave Kid a merciless kick to the side, sending her flying. She landed on a pile of rubble, her body rolling until she hit a large stone pillar. And there she lay, lifelessly still. Kid? Kid! I screamed her name as I charged towards Lynx. But Magil was there already. He flew through the darkness, a part of the shadows, before crashing down on Lynx like a bolt from the blue. Lynx jumped back, and countless threads of light flew from his fingertips towards Magil. With a droning hum, the threads of light surrounded Magil, crossing over one another. They spread to form a lattice of light that gave off a blinding glare, and trapped Magil where he stood. Excuse me. What is this? Magil staggered and groaned, attempting to shield his eyes with his hands. It is a simple enough spell, my shadowy friend, for those inclined to learn it, and one which, sadly for you, leaves no darkness in which to hide. Lynx leered at Magil with a venomous grin. You've been quite the thorn at my side. I'll let you live long enough to regret it. Magil struggled and groaned. I had to do something. Kid and Magil needed me. But what was I gonna do? Challenged Lynx. I charged at Lynx. I screamed as I rushed towards Kid's nemesis. And then in a fluid motion, he spun around to face me, lashing out with his saber. I tried my best to dodge the blow, but the blade sliced into my body. Ah! I collapsed in a heap and rolled down into the rubble. You aren't the first arrogant little street rat I've cut down, and you won't be the last. His claw-like fingers clamped around my throat. I couldn't breathe. Tightening his grip, Lynx lifted me bodily until my feet were dangling in the air. I could feel his talons mercilessly digging deeper and deeper into my neck. Panic filled my mind. Look, kid. See your friend. See him suffer. This is your doing. This is your hand around his neck. Kid's breathing was ragged. Blood still dripped from her lips. Opening an eye, she groggily raised her head. She couldn't get up. Didn't have the strength. Surge. Give me the time egg. Do you even know what it is? I suspect not. Think of it as a concentrated pocket of space. With the frozen flame and the time egg in hand, one can bend the fabric of space and time and rewrite the past. There are errors I mean to correct. Mistakes in the past that must be set right. Lynx's narrow, emotionless eyes return to my face. How long before he perishes, I wonder. I struggled to breathe, but could only make choking sounds. Kid screamed my name. Decide, will you watch the boy die, or relent? Does his life mean nothing to you? I can't. She balled her hands into fists and dropped her gaze. My vision started to fade. And then I heard her voice as she struggled to speak through the pain. I'm sorry, Surge, but I swore I'd sacrifice anything to stop Lynx. Don't worry about me. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. It was all I could do to force the words out past Lynx's icy grip. Ugh. I was starting to black out. Was this really how it was going to end? Ugh, for crying out loud. Fine, you win. Here, have your damn rock. Lynx's grip on my throat loosened. Groaning with pain, Kid reached a shaky hand into her shirt. I knew you would come around in the end. Lynx threw my body to the ground, then walked over toward her. Shut up and take it, you bastard. It's all you deserve. With all the strength she could still muster, Kid lashed out at Lynx with her right hand. Ugh. He leapt back in a desperate attempt to evade the blow. But it was too late. Kid's nails, sharp as cat claws, raked mercilessly into his face. Lynx roared with pain. He staggered, clutching his left eye. Blood oozed through the gaps in his fingers. You wretched little chit of a girl. Lynx stood awkwardly, still clutching at the wound on his face. The fingers of his free hand arched into furious talons as he walked back towards Kid, who still lay on the ground. I will kill you all. He kicked her hard, concentrating all his wrath and venom into the blow. Kid gasped as all the wind was knocked out of her. Yet more blood ran from her mouth as her body rolled across the floor. "Kid," I yelled hoarsely, clutching my burning throat with one hand. Lynx turned his head slowly to look at me, one eye fixing on me coldly as it came into view. He took a step toward me. "Yes, perhaps it would be better to start with you. My dear kid, rest assured that your friend's death will be a most elaborate and painful one. You will truly know what it means to suffer, boy. I will put you through the same suffering as I did that Luca woman." Kid's body stirred with shock and horror. Her eyes slowly opened, fixing on Lynx. They were wild eyes, stained with the blood that poured from her brow. Gritting her teeth, she staggered to her feet. "Lynx! Lynx!" Then an explosion of light burst forth from the frozen flame. Another light began to form from somewhere near Kid's chest, resonating with the light from the frozen flame. The twin lights entwined, twirling slowly upward. And as it rose, the golden spiral spread. No, this can't be. Lynx stood motionless, transfixed by the spectacle. Was this the Time Egg's power? Kid screamed as a raging blaze of light engulfed her. "I'll never let you do it again. I'll never let you steal from me again." Bathed in the glow, her body shook. Blood-red tears dripped from her eyes as they took on a distant look. And then she collapsed to the ground, as if all the life had gone out of her. I heard a voice. It was quiet and still, like the evening. "It has come to pass. Kid is retracing her lost memories back through time, back to the Lost Kingdom." It was through her power that the kingdom fell, that it was swallowed in the all-encompassing vortex of time. In her grief, she wished to disappear. Her past, her future. She wanted it all to sink into the void, to be lost in the seething whirl of time. She despised what she had done. She closed herself off from all that she saw, and heard and cursed her very existence. But the stone wished for her to live. The hands of her clock were rewound, her memories unraveled. The stone gave her a chance to begin again. The stone had both the power and the will to bring all this about. Sinking through the sea of time, she drifted here, a mere babe, her memories a blank slate. The time egg shattered, its fragments raining down on the world, becoming shards of sorrow and anguish. The world around us drifted into pieces. It swallowed us, engulfed us, consumed, locked into the void. And then, a girl's scream echoed in the darkness. That voice. Was that Kid? It sounded just like... No, this is all wrong. Black vortex, it surrounds us. No, stop. Where am I? Oh, look, it's a T-Rex in the background, in the clouds. I've lost everything, and now I can but wander. The world drifts and time is a blur. There's only an endless, unknowable sea. This is where time begins and ends. This is where all life finds peace. I see myself as a baby, crying next to my mother, an exhausted yet proud look upon her face. I see myself aged and wizened, waiting to succumb to death's embrace with a smile. I see countless incarnations of myself, walking time's intricate corridors as ghosts. This is a place where countless worlds overlap and infinite dreams play out. If only I could rest here for eternity. If only I could free myself of all my burdens and sleep here in this sea of dreams. But I hear it calling me. I hear the song. Kid, please. Can you hear me? Kid, say something. Kid, you gotta stay with me. Who's that? Who is calling me? Surge? Where am I? Kid, you're awake. I heard a song. It was beautiful. It was that song that Luca loved. Kid closed her eyes, and her face glowed with a warm smile. I'll never forget that song. Makes me want to cry whenever I hear it. I'm just glad you're back. It felt like I was losing you, like you were going somewhere far, far away. Before I knew it, I was humming the song for you. I don't know if I ever mentioned it, but I wrote it when I first started out as a musician. I knew you liked it, so I... Kid gave a gentle nod. It was you. You were the one who called me back. That was you calling my name. Thanks, Surge. It's okay. It's okay now. I'm back. Yeah, but Lynx is still here. Suddenly, she gasped with pain. Lynx's saber had plunged deep into her right shoulder. And towering over us was Lynx himself. I told you, kid. I told you I would kill you. She had no strength left to fight. What was I gonna do? Try to protect Kid. I threw myself over Kid's inert form. I had to protect her. Huh. You rushed needlessly to your grave, boy. Lynx glared coldly at me with his remaining eye. Alas, your time has come. Raised his saber high, preparing to strike. Enough. Stunned, we looked toward the intruder. You. There stood an old crone, her wizened features obscured by a heavy hood. How had she made it all the way down here? Lady Vera, and what have we done to bring poor Magister General running, I wonder? He growled. It's been far too long, Lord Lynx. A pity that I seem not to have caught you at your best. The crone met Lynx's mad stare head on. I will take the frozen flame. After all, it seems you two have been quite unable to decide which of you should have it. She raised a hand and armed soldiers poured into the room. Magil lifted Kid to her feet. Seems like a good time to leave. Link snarled. You'll regret this, witch. He kicked off from the floor and his body rose into the air. Then he turned his venomous glare on us. And you, Kid. You'll pay for this with your life soon enough. You will never be safe from me. That he disappeared like a puff of smoke. The crone lingered for a moment, her eyes resting on us. Kid, if you wish to try and steal the frozen flame again, you are welcome to try anytime you please. We'll be waiting. But you have to get out of here alive first. The soldiers drew their weapons and fell upon us. Darkness, heed my call. With Kit slept around him, against him, Magil spread his arms and drew a sigil in the air. Hurry, Surge. This way. I grabbed onto him and we plunged into blackness. Thanks to Magil's magic, we managed to escape the manor alive. The lights of torches dotted the forest, and we could hear soldiers calling to one another. We stopped briefly in the darkness of the woods, and Kid leaned heavily on a tree, desperately trying to quiet her ragged breathing. The terrible wound she'd suffered, it seemed to be taking its toll. Are you okay, Kid? Yeah, don't worry about me, mate. We're surrounded. It won't be long before they find us, said Magil, his eyes cautiously scanning the area. Kid raised his head to look at me. It's me and Magil they want. Get out of here, Surge. It's us they want, not you. What are you saying? I'm not leaving you here. Look at you. You can barely stand. Something I can't handle. Besides, I've got Magil with me. If they catch you with us, they won't go easy on you. But I remembered everything. I remembered another me. A me from a long, long time ago. Slowly, Kid averted her gaze, looking up at the night sky. I have to go. The stars reflected in her eyes, and suddenly she looked like nothing more than an ordinary young girl with a sad, distant expression on her face. Kid. Don't worry, Surge. I'm okay. We'll meet again. Kid smiled. We'll meet again, somewhere, someday. Sometime. Promise. Her eyes closed gently. I didn't manage to nick the frozen flame in the end, and I lost a time ache too. The only thing I had left of Lucas. But it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. There's something inside me that shines brighter than any stupid jewel. The most important thing in the world. She opened her eyes again and fixed them on me. I could have lost myself in their depths forever. No one can take it from me, not for as long as I live. There was nothing else in the world I wanted but this. I doubted I'd ever want anything again. I only wanted this moment. All the clocks in the world could have stopped right then and there for all I cared. And that was exactly what I wished for as I gazed at her. Bye, Surge, and thanks. She looked down, then turned away and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Would I ever see her again? Kid. Don't follow me, Surge. Please. Just don't. I strained to try and catch a glimpse of her as the last traces of her shadow vanished. Vanished towards a place I might never reach again. No, Kid! I leapt to my feet, meaning to chase after her, but a shadow soon blocked my path. Magil? Without saying a word, he slowly shook his head. Behind the mask, I saw a sadness in his eyes. Then the shadow withdrew and melted into the darkness. Magil, kid, wait, don't leave me. I screamed into the night, but there was no reply. The black silence swallowed my cries. Kid. Kid. And so ends another tale. Perhaps one day I'll see Kid, Magil, and Riddell again. One day. Somewhere at another time in another world. Perhaps none of us will even realize it. That's a story for another day. For now, I must put down my pen. I closed my grandfather's diary. And then from downstairs, I heard my mother calling. Did you hear me? Your friend's here. Nimble footsteps charged up the stairs. The doors flew open. In tumbled a young girl. A girl who seemed somehow familiar. Hey Serge, it's a beautiful day for adventuring. I found a rundown old manor off in the woods to the north. You want to go exploring? Come on, put the book down and let's get out there. It's over. I did it. It was a lot longer than I thought it would be. Alright. We're done with Radical Dreamers. Oh man, was that like 3 hours? Nothing but reading text. I don't think I have it in me to start playing Chrono Cross. But we could at least start the get past the what do you call it? The prologue. Oh, my eyesight's starting to go too. Okay. Alright, we'll let the credits play and then we'll jump into Chrono Cross. We'll just get through the prologue and then we'll stop for the day. But yeah, Radical Dreamers, it's a really, really good text adventure. And there is you can play it multiple times because there's different outcomes. We've gotten one of the possible outcomes. I think there's 7 in total. But yeah, I'm gonna do those on my own time because I'm not gonna stream all of it because I can't. It was like almost 4 hours just doing a text adventure. I don't think I reloaded a save either. We just kept going. Yeah, we lucked out on some of the encounters. I never fought that demon before when I was playing it on my Switch. I've only encountered goblins and skeletons. So it was interesting. I survived too. I thought I would die. I died a couple times when I was playing on my Switch. But here, we did pretty good. We got good amounts of health too. There we go, Finn. Alright. Going to Chrono Cross. Yeah, see there's 6 more that we gotta go through. This was fun. I did enjoy the text adventure. Okay. Gonna jump right into it. No breaks because I'm not gonna keep going. We'll see this whole thing because it's really great. Then we'll jump in. I love Scars of Time. What was the start of all this? When did the cogs of fate begin to turn? Perhaps it is impossible to grasp that answer now, from deep within the flow of time. But for eternity, back then, we loved so many, yet hated so much. We hurt others and were hurt ourselves, yet even then, we ran like the wind, whilst our laughter echoed under cerulean skies. Just such a really good opening. And it's like, I love Chrono Trigger, but this opening blows it out of the water. It really does. All right, who's gonna be our third party member for the prologue? I love it. We get freaking fast forward right off the bat. I love it. Alright, here we are in Fort Dragonia. Oh, it's Korcha. What is it, Surge? You look troubled. This is it. There's no turning back now. Oi, come on, Surge. Korcha. Just you wait, Lynx. Today's gonna be the day of reckoning. Say your prayers. that it'll do you any good. Surge. Korcha. Alright, this game looks really great. Digital? Nope, analog. Manual. Memorized. What frames do we have? Simple, wood. I'll do it this one. Yeah, fast forward. Double speed. Yes, this is the regular game. This is the actual game. We are now playing the actual game. No more text adventures for me for a while. Bam. Dead. Alright, then we're gonna element into... you know what? Yeah, magma burst. I'm really excited to stream this game again. I did record. I was recording New Game Plus back on my PS3. But then I kind of got busy and then just stopped. And I was like, I gotta get back to that. And then once the remaster was announced, I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna stream the game again with the Radical Dreamers edition. I was going to stream a different RPG game that I had planned after Breath of Fire 3 and 4 were done. Then I thought, nah, I'll just, because this game was announced, so I was like, I'll just stream this instead. No one's gonna stop me. Yeah, plus not a lot of people have played this game. Now they have the chance to play it on modern consoles. And you know what? I'll stream it again. But I'll play it differently than I did the first time I streamed it. I went one path, so I'm gonna go another path that I usually don't do, unless I do it on New Game Plus, because depending on what choices you make, you get certain party members. This game has 6, 7 endings, I think. Not as much as Chrono Trigger, but it has a good amount. Oi, what the bloody hell just happened? What are we doing out here? Plus, I love the more modern artwork of the characters, the portraits. Wow, bugger. We're so high up. Is this thing floating? Did it feel like your body passed through the floor just now? Also, we're not doing that path. We're doing a different one. And I'll explain once we get there. But for now, fuck Korcha. I hate Korcha. Hate him so much. This sure is some fort. Eh, Surge? On the paths I usually take, I hate them. But for now, I'm gonna tolerate him. You alright, mate? You've been acting all weird. You don't know what's up ahead, so just stay on your toes, eh? And then bam. Yeah. Visions of Betrayal sums it up right. Surge. Morning, Surge. Come on, sleepyhead. Get up. It's the end of the text adventure. You did. I'm very tired. My throat is just almost 4 hours of reading the damn text adventure. I didn't think it would take almost 4 hours, but shit, it did. I read everything to a degree. Alright, let me Surge took out Surge's not so secret savings. 200 G's. Ah yeah, let's go. Killed it too. Did. I think I did pretty good. Morning, Surge. You're finally up. The sun's already reached high noon. By the way, didn't you have plans to meet with Lena this morning? And I came by to see if you were up, but you, young man, were still off in Never Never Land. Shouldn't break promises like that. Girls can be pretty scary if you make them angry. He can. Let's see. Alright, we can do some stuff. This thing. Search found a new frame. Oh, looks like you found it. Oh well, go ahead, take it. It's on me. Shellfish frame. Yeah. Let's see. I still remember some stuff. What do you want already? I said I'm just a barrel. Fine, just take it, man. Here. Yeah, uplift. Getting free stuff. This should be the Hecarim bone. Stick with me, guys. I'll get you. You'll get all the strats for this game. Until I mess up, and then, you know, you'll still get the strats for this game. Yo, Surge, what do you think of this sawfish? Have you ever seen one this size? Ha! This has gotta be from the legendary Dragon King Palace. Wouldn't you agree, Surge? Yeah? Think so too. I knew it. I just knew it. It really is true, and from here on out, happiness will be rolling into my life. Business will pick up, money will start pouring in, I'll be able to repair my roof, varnish my boat, buy a new sail, eat as much squid gut pasta as I want up in Termina. Life is good. Yeah, right. Who am I kidding? That would definitely be too good to be true. But thanks anyway, Surge. Thanks for playing along. Here's a little something for you. Give it to a girl you like. Surge received Komodo scale without lifting a finger. I wish the legend was true, though. The Dragon King Palace. There aren't enough dreams out there lately. Huh. Alright, well. Gotta talk to this kid. Hey, Sergi, do you know what's popular among the village girls these days? a necklace made from Komodo dragon scales. You know, those monsters that eat fire. I want to get some for Kiki, but there's no way I can beat those monsters. Oh no. If I don't do something about this now, Kiki might start liking Lolo. Boy, am I in a fix. Well, I got just the thing. Wait a minute, Sergi? Is that a Komodo dragon scale? No way, is it real? Sergi, how about giving it to me, please? Pretty please? Come on, Sergi. I won't ask another favor for the rest of my life. Now, please? Yeah, we could sell it for 1,000, but we're not dirtbags. I'll just give it to him. Plus, we're not gonna be in dire need of money. Really? You sure? Yes! Alright! Thanks a million, Sergi. Here, let me give you this. Put it to good use, okay? I've got another uplift. Oh yeah, one more thing. You know what Poshal's favorite food in the whole entire world is? Hecarim bones. She'd do anything to get her paws on one. She'd obey your every command if you gave her one. Hey, guess what? We have that. And there's Poshal right now. Oh, hi Sergi Poo. Me, I'm a bit busy right now. Have you already met up with Lena? Methinks she with by the pier. Ah, she still has her lisp. Ah, is that a Hecarim bone? Sergi Poo, present? For I? How'd you know? To accept or not to accept? Me accept your present, and me shall help you. Me will do anything you want. Me will be honored to be by your side. Me will use my pretty miracle power X. Me will do it, Sergi Poo. Yeah, Poshal joined the party. Yeah, and I got another party member. I know some people don't like Poshal. They're wrong, obviously. Poshal's great. I love Poshal. And I'll give you another one there. Actually, you know what? I'll put that in here. Let's see. Yeah, actually, I'll give Cure to Poshal. Alright, cool. This guy is the tutorial guy. Does he give us anything? I don't remember. Whatever, we'll go to the tutorial. I'm not gonna bother with I'm just gonna zoom through it. Well, you guys will know how to gameplay as I go along. Oh, Serge, how goes it? How would you like to join everyone for my lecture? Today's lecture is the fundamentals of attack and the art of elements. Sure. Excellent, a true man you are. Well then, get on with it. Then me will watch from here. Good luck. I probably shouldn't have given Poshal the cure element, but it's fine. It plays by itself. Okay, so basically this is percentage, and you see the little thing that lit up? That's your elements. You want to land hits to get that bar filled. Yeah, you have weak, strong, fierce. Weak is more accurate, strong is a little, and then fierce is like, whoa. Yeah, mostly miss. But if you land it, you do a lot of damage. The more you attack successfully, the higher your percentage will increase. Obviously, 65 is very hit or miss, but I like using level 3s. Because when it hits, fuck, it hits. See it like that. And now from 60 to 90. Bam, 100%. And then the field effects, don't worry about that. Like, all you need to know about that is don't let it fill up completely. If you do, whatever color is, in this case, blue field, blue elements attacks will do a lot of damage. But if you do any other spell, like tablet, which is it's a consumable, but it's still something. Bam! It gets rid of the blue field. But now it's, you know, back to blue. Wow. He's about to, like, kill me. Smack. Yeah. So, he's got the blue field, Aqua Ball. That's gonna do a lot of damage. At least for me. And I'm dead. Yep. Whoops. But if you use red, it would have weakened it. Well, if you use red, it's weakened on a blue field. But you would have gotten rid of the field effect. Smack. Smack. And smack. Yep. And now he's gonna kill us because he was holding back the whole time. Alright, that's a pretty quick tutorial thing. Don't worry about it. They dump so much information on you in this fight. But then as you progress, the next major fight, you kind of get another explanation of how combat goes. Because you get, like, tutorial fights. It's good. It's just so much information dump at the start. But, you know, you pick it up. Moved already, eh? And you're still so young. Oh, well, don't let it get you down. Come again anytime, Sonny. Alright, we got nothing out of it. That's fine. I didn't remember if I got anything from that or not. There's people here that are gonna make a memory. They're recording. That's a memory thing. We're good. Let's go. Let's see, we have money. We can also buy weapons and armor, but elements are what you kind of want to go for. Let's get to fireballs. Whoops, I got 3. That's fine. Well, not really. I kind of wanted to buy another cure. But that's okay. We'll just buy some more tablets. I kind of mashed for the fire element. Oh, well, that's fine. We'll get some money soon. Anyway, here's Lena. We're late. You're late, Surge. Sleeping in as usual, I suppose. I promised you'd go get some Komodo dragon skills for my necklace, remember? Since you were late, my mom asked me to babysit the kids. Woohoo! Sergi, Lena, look at me. Come on, you should join us. Feels really good. Unlike the rest of you, we're not here to play. Don't swim out too far now. Okay, gotcha. Kids sure have it easy. Remember when we were like that? Not a single care or worry on our minds. How each day lasted an eternity, filled with newness, fun, and excitement. But the important thing now is not our childhood, but my Komodo scale necklace. Yes, we have to face up to reality and live each day anew. Ultra's just vibing. So, I want you to go to Lizard Rock and get some scales for me. I would join you, but I still have to watch the kids. It's your fault. You were late. Once you collected some Komodo dragon skills. I'll catch up with you at Opasa Beach. Is that okay with you, Surge? Of course. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay then, don't just stand around. Go collect some skills at Lizard Rock. Let's see. I think 3 should be enough. Good luck, Surge. I'm counting on you. Yep. I mean, she's right. We made a promise. We broke it. We gotta fix it. Oh yeah, this auto saves too, which is it's a lifesaver. I don't think I've had situations when I streamed it last time where I had to get back whatever I lost, but autosave is nice to have. Now let's kill the beach bum. Damn. I was gonna do 2, 3. Alright. Oh yeah, there's a stamina meter, which every time you use an attack, you use up however much. So 1 for weak, 2 for strong, 3 for fierce. But you get some stamina back. What I like to do is switch between characters. Yeah, Poshul got 6.4 back. Some of them have like bad recovery, stamina recovery, decent stamina recovery, and then good stamina recovery. Luckily, you can increase those with equipment. We're just gonna chuck a rock at it. Yeesh. God damn it. Poshul. Poshul has very low magic. It's all about the strength. I'll do one more hit. And then uplift +1. Yeah, you'll see what their stats are. Whoops. That's on me. I clicked too fast. I have it on memorize. Yeah. Let's see, what's Poshul's magic? 3. Yeah. It's not great. So I'm just gonna give you that, give you tablets. Oops. You're just my healer, Poshul. I forgot how bad you were at magic. Damn. Battery low. Don't worry about that, PS4. I'm almost done anyway. You can hold out a bit. It was at like 1 bar when I started the stream too. So this controller held out a lot. Oh, was a champ. Surge and Lena forever. Alright, let's go, Poshul. I love my giant purple pink dog. I don't think you got anything, but whatever, we'll kill you. We'll take some gold, some items. We also have battle boosts, so you know, I might use those if I just want to get through stuff. You know, like Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 have. That's random encounters, skip encounters, auto attack. And that one maxes out our bars, and we take no damage because all of the enemies' attacks miss. Yeah, so you know, if I just want to get through this area real quick grinding sesh, bam, just do that. That, fast forward, auto attack, whatever you want to do. Okay, yeah, we're out of here. Got enough battles. We're gonna do some more fights here. But I'm gonna stop here. It's a good stopping point. Oh, look how fast it saves too. So much quicker than on the on the old PS1. Alright, let's see if anyone's on right now. Batteries are always weird. Let's see. That, yeah. Labrilla is on. She is streaming some Guilty Gear Strive. I guess she's learning how to play the game. I'll send you all over there. Okay. We're good. Some good progress. We finished Radical Dreamers. Really glad. And now we are going to... go. And then we're going to start, like, officially start and continue Chrono Cross Remaster. I'm excited to go through this again. One of my favorite games. Much as I love Chrono Trigger, I love this game just a little bit more. So thanks guys for bringing it out. I appreciate it. I'll catch y'all on the next stream. Take it easy.